Hello everyone and welcome back to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration. It's been a couple of weeks since I've played any of this, which is a bit of a shame, but you know, real life sometimes gets in the way. What can you do? So let's have a little bit of a think about what was going on before. Hello Peter, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Good to see you again. Last time, I'm going to have to very carefully not say last week or somebody will correct me and I'll be very embarrassed. I built up this ship here, which chat helpfully named the Jellyfish, and I can totally see why, especially when it starts moving. And the idea of this ship is that it goes out with the Nexus on board, and it goes quite quickly. It's not going to be up to the speed of some of the what do you call them? It's the sort of the victory ships, but it's going to be pretty quick. It's going to fly out with the Nexus, and it's going to create the data cards, the science packs that you get for going fast in deep space. Those ones, you know the ones I mean. So there's a couple of finishing touches needed for this. I could do with putting in some more antimatter tanks around the outside here. I need to work out why we don't have antimatter flooding in by train. Oh yes, I know why we don't have it flooding in by train, because this is an unloading station that needs to be fixed. Sorry, yeah, a pickup station, so that needs to be fixed. At the moment, it's just being loaded up by this, and there's only one machine here. So that, yeah, I'll nip over and fix that. I'll put in some more booster tanks around here to store the antimatter. And yeah, at some point I need to put in this reactor here, and ideally a couple more of these accumulators. So let's have a bit of a shopping list for that. So I do still. Oh, I've got the holmium accumulators for that. That's fine. I don't know why I've got a request for that. These I can't remember. It's enough that I've made some data from it, but it was I can't remember. Oh, let's have a look. I can probably tell by looking at it on the looking at the console. See what it thinks its maximum speed is. Oh no, it's called the zombie apparently. I must have done. I did a major rebuild of this. I went partway through at the end of the last episode, so last stream. So I think I moved things around a bit. So let's rename that back to Jellyfish. Yeah, I don't think it knows its current top speed because it hasn't been anywhere yet. So we'll set that up later. Okay, so I reckon I didn't have any of these, didn't I? So yeah, no antimatter tanks. Let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look and find out why I don't have any antimatter tanks. I certainly won't have a antimatter reactor because I've not made any yet. So that's, you know, mildly problematic. It's going to make it rather difficult to do this bit. So here we go. Okay, it is making them. It's just kind of slow, and I certainly don't need 25 of them. I need like 5. And by like, I do mean approximately. So it's just very, very slow loading in all of the these cables. I should probably upgrade that to a stack inserter, so this is a little bit quicker. There we go. Not that I'm going to need a particularly enormous quantity of those. Okay, so that's that. So I'm sort of tempted to send it out without the antimatter reactor on it. Based on Express, I'm trying. 100. I want to say 120, but I can't really remember because it was 2 weeks ago and I didn't really make very good notes. So we're going to have to do a bit of experimentation once again to find out what it can actually achieve realistically. Yes, that's going to be interesting. Okay, we've got the 5 antimatter tanks. So what's it take to make a an antimatter reactor, Isa? Okay, there's a fair amount of expensive stuff in there that I'm going to have to lug around by hand. So I think for now, let's just assume that it's not going to run out of electricity. I know this is probably unwise, but we're going to do that anyway. Nip over and just fly into the side. These one-way spaceship walls, goodness sake. Right, fly over, get all that finished off, get the antimatter supply running properly for that, because until it's full, I don't really want to go anywhere. Because I remember on its last test flight, it ran out of antimatter very, very quickly, which is why I put so many tanks in there. And the hope is that it'll be able to actually do a flight out and a flight back again. Oh, here it is down here. Over a decent distance without running out of antimatter. And can we do the... Oh, I've landed. Do those as well. There we go. Right, so the hope is that if we fill all these tanks up, it'll have a decent range. It'll be able to go out to, I don't know, another one of the deep space asteroid fields and all the way back again, sciencing all the way. Oh, and I need You know what I forgot? I forgot these things. Let's put them on the wish list as well. Yellow deep space underground belt. Let's just get as many as I can, and we'll see what that ends up being. Okay, next thing is to say to you, I want you to be an unloading station. And that means, right, let's try and remember how to do this. So we want to set the provide threshold to basically infinity. We want to set the request threshold to, what is it? It's two tanks, isn't it? 2 trains worth, so minus 50,000. There we go. That's the right number of zeros. And we want to set a request for antimatter. That one, antimatter stream of. Have I got this right? No, it certainly shouldn't be negative. Yeah, that seems. No, that one. I've forgotten how to do this. That one should be 50k, and this one should be minus 25. Is that right? It's been so long. As I say, it's been so long since I've done one of these. Jeez. I gained some major insight into arcosphere theory. I think, and so yeah, some sort of understanding of how it works, and I think that might mean that I might be able to make one that doesn't deadlock, but who knows? I suspect I'm going to be doing the investigation somewhat empirically, as in I shall set it all up and leave it running, and if it doesn't deadlock, I'll go, oh good, it works. But yeah, I have a theory, and I think it's probably right, or at least I have an understanding of how it works. So yeah, I should go off and watch my own LTN video, shouldn't I? And the problem is I know none of these are set up correctly either. So all right, let's swap these over. Hang on, wait. I'm very confused, Ted. Yeah. Yes, you're right. Oh dear. Yeah, it's been so long since I set up a. That's embarrassing. It's been so long since I actually set up an LTN station properly. I've just completely forgotten how. This should now start summoning antimatter basically immediately. Pause for effect. Because I'm very, very short of it. There's basically none in the tanks here. And I want... Oh, there we go. Right, it's happening. It's happening. Hurrah. So things are approximately correct at the very least. They also need to make sure that this facility over here is working. Now, it ran into problems at one point due to having too much of this stuff. But I did fix that one good. It wasn't just that I noticed it in a video. So yeah, this all seems to be happy. Hey, Madman. I want to get my jellyfish working. That's this spaceship here, going out and moving fast in deep space data. But in order to do that, I need to produce an enormous quantity of antimatter and bring it down here to fuel this ship up so I can send it out there. I'm also going to need some of these very, very long underground belts in order to finish this off, and I think I've got some of those, but I need to go looking for them. So let's go and do that while I think of it, and then we'll come back and we'll see if the antimatter seems to be working. Right. Oh, it's warm in here. I feel like my jetpack's actually blasting into my room. Now, it's a bit of an exaggeration. I had the window wide open earlier to let some air in. Now the sun's... I was going to say now the sun's set. The sun hasn't set. That's not remotely true. Now that the sun is no longer shining directly on this side of the house. Have we got some of these? Yes, we've got 11 of those. Okay, that's enough. Good. Yes, so the room's cooled down a little bit from what it was like earlier. Yes, a new data type. This is the going fast in deep space science data card type, and that is yes, truly a naming scheme worthy of Leonard of Quirman. If anyone recognises that reference, I should be quite impressed. Although only fairly impressed, because to be honest, everybody should be familiar with the Discworld. Ha. Over here, I'd say. I think the sort of the temperature today got up to about I want to say about 26. which isn't enormously hot, I know, and you're going to mock me because you're from some exotic country where the temperature is never below 50 or something like that. But when you live in a country that isn't used to it and therefore doesn't have things like air conditioning, and all of your houses are designed to keep heat in rather than keep heat out, mid-20s is comfortable, to be honest. I'm happy with mid-20s. It's when it gets into the 30s that I start to have a bit of a sad. This is just sort of pleasant, but you need to take steps to deal with it. Series 3, yes. No, I've deliberately decided on many and stated on many occasions in my streams that I do not have any interest whatsoever in using any of the sort of the max rate calculator type mods, because they're all crap. They're all awful to use, and I'd rather just go in and build up a load of machines and then if I'm short of stuff, then build up more machines. It's a far easier way to do it, and I've never met a max rate calculator that I don't hate. So yeah. Yeah, it is a small room, and actually, well, it's a powerful PC and a not very powerful PC in here, because I've got my server under the desk as well. So it's yeah, it does get quite toasty in here. Oh, and my work laptop as well. So there's even more heat coming from that. I probably shouldn't be running a belt down here, but I can't be bothered to actually sort it out properly. I'm probably going to regret this later. Okay, ooh, what's on these belts? Is it anything important? Oh, right, okay, so this is other stuff that I could be bringing in. So if I need ice at any point or another input, then maybe I should use those belts. But I think I'm just going to not care about that. Oh, I couldn't tell you what the dew point is or the relative humidity. Those aren't numbers I tend to worry about particularly. I just go, well, how hot is it, and what is the actual, just straight up, what is the temperature, and go from there. So yeah, I don't actually know. Let's bring that down there instead, because then it's on a valid path. But whatever it is, it's hot enough that it's kind of uncomfortable. So go with that. Thing is, though, I mean, it depends a lot on what you and where you live is designed for, is the wrong word, has spec'd for. Because in the UK, as I say, we're traditionally a fairly chilly country. The only reason we're getting up to these sort of temperatures is global warming. So it's not what we don't expect it to be this warm, and therefore all of our houses and everything's are designed for temperatures, significantly lower temperatures, should we say? Which is why we sort of suffer even when it's not actually that hot compared to what other people are used to. But then if you live in a country where it's regularly 32 degrees or whatever, you've probably got air conditioning in your house. You've probably got houses that are designed to guide breezes into them. Whereas over here, they're all designed to just try and keep the heat in as much as possible, because traditionally it's kind of chilly. Hey, Sopcool, welcome. Have we actually got any we've got a little bit of antimatter building up in these tanks now. And it's getting pumped through here. This is going to be an incredibly slow process because I've made this astonishingly inefficient. There's this one little pipe bringing the antimatter over here. I could have another one coming from here, actually. That might be a good idea. Let's do that. Like that. And obviously give it some power. There we go. Right, so that'll improve the flow a little bit. We should have basically a steady stream of trains coming over here to unload the antimatter, so that's good. And then gradually we'll fill these tanks up. I've just noticed that antimatter is one of those gases, so it is a gas as far as Factorio is concerned, so it lingers at the top of tanks and drifts downwards rather than filling up from the bottom. But good, that's fine, I don't have a problem with that. This is going to take a very, very long time to fill up. However, I've got enough data to get started, so perhaps I actually just don't care. I can start worrying about further data card types and just leave this one to fill up all of the tanks. Oops. and then by the time I actually need any of that, maybe it'll be I'll have a bit more time for it. Yeah, we don't as I say, we don't have aircon in the house. Although yes, I have when I've gone into the office, I have often taken a jumper with me just in case it's ludicrously cold in there. My old work, the boss I think rather liked it to be absolutely blooming freezing. So he'd have the air conditioning to. When you said, well, do you have air conditioning turned up too high or turned down too high? Turned down too low? Either way, it was too cold in the office, so I had an emergency jumper sat on my desk that I could put on if I was in there and it got a bit chilly. So that was how I dealt with that. What's going on over here? So my arcospheres seem to be both arcing and sphering. Looking at those numbers, there is a difference of, well, there's at its peak, there seems to be twice as many of the one there's the most of compared to the one there's the fewest of. I've seen 10s and I've seen 8s and 4s and things like that. So the balance is reasonable but not perfect. So do you guys want me to spend about 15-20 minutes, I don't know how long I'll ramble for, talking about what I learned about arcospheres with a pretty picture I drew, or should I just actually get on with producing science types and go on and get some more arcospheres while I'm at it? I'm quite happy to do either. I mean, you guys are the viewers. I'm happy to give you the choice on that. 30 of those, 30 of those. Right, let's go shopping. But also let's have a look at where have I not been yet? Have I been up? Yeah, I think I've been to Oblongulata. Oh no, I haven't. Okay, I'll have a talk about arcospheres in a minute. So we'll go up here. We'll go to Oblongs, Broken Mirrors, Sea of Sorrow, Slumberlands, probably Interstellar Barrens, maybe even Spectre and Blofeld. I mean Solar and Trails. If I have the fuel left for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't get to both of them because I've only got enough for 6. Maybe Stone Circles, although that's a very long way out. Okay, so let's find the donut, if you'll pardon the expression. That's a weird thing to say. How much heat have we got? Full of heat. Yeah. And full of fuel. Full of fuel. Good. So let's go to Fenestra first to save fuel. Go. So give me a shout in 5 minutes, please. That means I need to give that ship another instruction. Now, the fact that one was being cooked, does that mean the beam isn't firing? Well, it's not firing at this one, okay. So it's not firing, I don't know whether it's firing here or not. Yeah, okay, all right, that's not a bad idea. Let's have a quick look at the research, and then I'll make sure I do talk about the arcosphere processing at some point, because I've currently got a vote either way. I've got Goose on YouTube saying I should bring up Pretty Picture, which I assume means talk about arcospheres for a bit, and Peter on Twitch saying the opposite. So let's have a look. So this one, making Deep Space Science 4. This is all stuff I've now got. Deep Space Science Catalog. However, the interstellar travel data, that's the going fast in deep space data that I was talking about with the Discworld reference earlier. Reality hypergraph data, that's the Naquium processors, so we're making those. So this isn't going to be too hard. I just need to channel these down here somewhere. In fact, I already am, I think. Yeah, so down here, into some assembly machines down here. That's okay. We can do. Oh, it's made actually in a deep supercomputer. Okay, so the hard part of this one is going to be making the deep supercomputers, which require a massive quantity of Naquium processors, neural supercomputers. Grief. Okay. So I was looking at this one, looking at the recipe and going, oh, that's fairly easy. I've done most of this, and then I realised that actually it's the machine you need to make them in that's the challenge for that. Oh, but I'm going to need them for this as well. So yeah, that's probably okay. Teleportation data is pull through some of the singularity and time space anomaly. Is that a couple of these ones? I think it might be. No, it's not. It must be a couple of the ones from up here then. It's this one and probably the other one on this belt, because I don't see anything else on here. Yeah, it must be this belt then. But this is broken, probably due to a shortage of Naquium. Yeah, there's a shortage of Naquium again. So that was one of the other things I was talking about in the stream description that I might need to go off and talk about and get more Naquium processing going. Blimey. So yeah, that's other than that, that's not too bad. That's just massive quantities of Naquium there. Wormhole data, and this is an arcosphere related one. So, okay, so we'll need to, I'll tack that on over here, and we'll make yet another type of arcosphere shenanigan over here. Right. The question is, how do I get this out? Because it's going to be easy enough to shove another one of these on the end here to make the wormhole data, because this is basically going to be the same system. I'm going to need to bring cryonite in, which is slightly annoying, but I've got cryonite down here, so that's I've got cryonite in this area. The problem is I want to keep all of the arcosphere stuff in a relatively small area to keep it going. Yeah, this makes me want to bring up the diagram I was drawing. Give me a moment while I find the damn thing, because I think I just pasted it into Discord and didn't actually save it like a sensible person would have done. And to be honest, I didn't think that I'd want it in this, or didn't think of realizing that I would want it in the stream. So I'm just gonna say, come on Discord, let me save the image. Save image. Sure, that'll do. It's called Spoiler Unknown. That's a great file name. Image arcosphere processing. Okay, browse. Dun. Spoiler Unknown. There we go. It sounds like a sequel to Player Unknown, Player Unknown Battlegrounds, doesn't it? Right, so there we go. This is the diagram I made, and yes, pretty picture. Whoop-de-doo. So, what I've noticed, that's true. Yes, about 1 minute left before it'll get to Fenestra, so you were pretty close. What I've noticed, in fact, let's just make this a bit bigger so I can see what I'm pointing at. Let's make this a bit bigger. Right. Okay. So what I noticed from making a diagram and then shuffling it around a little bit is you've got my cursor is underneath the diagram. There we go. So you've got eight types of arcospheres. I haven't put the pretty backgrounds on them yet. I should probably do that. But the phi, eta, lambda, and epsilons. Right, so now to start again, you've got the 8 different types of arcosphere, and then you've got all the different types of folding recipes that I've linked by the different colours. So, for example, we've got this orange one, and the orange one work together. The turquoise and the turquoise one work together. So each folding will do a colour. We'll do both of the ones for the colour. So, for example, blue takes eta and xi and turns them into theta and phi. Now, if you arrange the arrows in the right place, you can make it look like this, so that you can think of each of the folds turns one from the left side into another one on the left side, and one on the right side into another one on the right side. So this is why. So when you're doing folding, if you've got an imbalance between this side and this side, you can never fix it. However, the inversions will take these 4 and turn them into these 4, or vice versa. So you've got the folding recipes to try and even up one side or the other side, and then you've got the inversions to swap from one side to the other. Now, because there's two parts to each fold, you end up with moving some around on the other side as well. But I haven't actually drawn the diagram very well to illustrate this. But if you look here, you'll see that the blue arrow is going the opposite direction to the light green arrow there, whereas on this side the light green arrow and the blue arrow are going in the same direction, and that's where you get the sort of the stirring effect in there, and it allows you to sort of to rearrange them and get the actual quantities of each one changed on one side or the other. So you can, yeah. So it's kind of difficult to explain because I'm not sure I understand it entirely well enough myself. But this is why this is sort of how it works, and why you need both folding and sometimes need inversions. Now, I think the Deep Space Science 1 researchers all balance fairly well. They do take from one side and put them on the other side, but there's 4 of them, and I think 2 of them move arcospheres this way, and the other 2 move them that way. I'll need to check this when I make an actual video explaining this properly, but I think that's roughly how it works. So as long as you're making them in the same quantity, which of course you are, because that's how research works, you need one of each, or you need one of each to make the catalogues, then it stays balanced. However, when you start trying to make Naquium tesseracts and Naquium processors, that takes all of these and turns them all into lambdas, or I think it takes 5, or it takes 5 of them in general and turns them all into lambdas or something like that. So you've got a massive push going from one side to the other, and that's why I suddenly realised last time that I was going to need the inversion recipe as well to try and even that back out again, and that's why it was sort of starting to deadlock a bit. So yeah, that's why initially you can get away with just folding, and then once you get a bit further in, you need to do the inversions as well. And I'm sort of quite impressed with how all of that comes together and how neatly it works. So as Peter has pointed out, I now need to have a look at my donut once again, which has reached what do you call them? And it now needs to go to oblong. No, hang on, actually. Yeah, oblong globular. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll do those 5, and we won't worry about Spectre, I think. So we'll go to oblongulata first. No, this ship. You go to oblong. Go. Okay, so it's going. It's probably going to take another 5 minutes or so to get there once it gets up to speed. So good. That's that. Phew. Okay, so let's start off by getting the next data card type working, and that's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It must be this one. Yes. So this is going to need Naquium cubes, cryonite, and data cards. Where are the data? Oh, I see. This is using significant data and turning that back into the data cards. I get it. So that's significant data, yeah, gets turned into. Okay. So I'm going to need to bring in data cards and cryonite, and also the other, the Naquium cubes. It's spaghetti time! Yay! Everyone's favourite, Factorio related Italian dish. So where are my Naquium cubes? Here are my Naquium cubes. Oh, they're already up here, but I can't see that. I can't see that being particularly useful. So let's continue them downwards. You know what? Let's put them on the other side of the Naquium plates belt, because I've filled up this area with so much other nonsense that there isn't room for them. They will then come down here. Oh, wait. And some of them will get passed through there. So now we need to filter Naquium plates to the left. Okay, good. So that'll carry on working. We'll block them on the way through there. Right, so then we've got... Oh, I could... Actually, no. Better idea. Let's put in that splitter here. Naquium plates to the right. And then I can bring the Naquium cubes out this way. And I think... Yeah, I can just do that. What's happened here? Oh, I see. There we go. Yeah, that'll work nicely. So we've got the Naquium cubes being brought through here. That's a weird way to do things. Why did I do it like that? I could tidy that up, but I don't really want to right now, since it's working. Okay, so we need Naquium cubes. We also need cryonite. Let's just bring that up from down here. And I reckon if I do need any more of this, I'll probably use speed modules. That'll be fine. I'm sure it'll pick that up at some point, because that's going to be the thing we're shortest of. And oh yeah, and data cards. Data cards are going to be fun to wind through here. I think I'll just bring them around the bottom of the whole palaver. Data cards. Here we go. And we're going to need underground belts there. Can't see. Too much smoke from the jetpack. Right. Oh. Someone has not respected the sanctity of the main bus. I'm pretty sure it was me. Oh well. Right, so this comes down to... Yeah, here will... Let's give it a little bit of extra space. Here will do. Have I just run out of underground space belts? Yes, I have. That's ridiculous. Oh well. Bring that up here, just next to this one, because why not? Now, I don't think I have the certainly at the moment, I don't have the arcospheres to do more than one of these. So what I'm going to do for now is hook this up in a slightly ugly way. That needs rotating. And then we do that. And that. And that. There we go. What? Oh! Ah, for goodness sake. This is producing warm thermofluid. Or cold thermo. Not the soup. No, it's not producing warm thermofluid. That's why I'm frustrated with it. Oh. Okay, well, I suppose it wouldn't be space exploration if it didn't do something bloomin' awkward, would it? And there. Okay. So now it's got everything. That should now work. Is that everything it needs? Oh no, it needs arcospheres as well. And I need to find a way of putting those in since I haven't really left room for it. I guess up here. That'll do. That'll work. Now my next question is, why have I not got any of those? Maybe I've used 50? Seems a bit optimistic. Oh yeah, let's have another look at Tulip. Right. Not Tulip. This one anyway. Anchor to the rectangular place. So touchdown. Yeah, here will do. Confirm. Put one of them down. Rotate that. I want to have 5 of them. And 5 of... Oh no. It's only got construction bots in it. Oh, bloody hell. Right. Back to Fenestra. I can't believe that. I had this problem 2 weeks ago. I had this problem. It flew out without any bloody logistics bots in it. And I was going to reload it with put some logistics bots in, and I didn't, because apparently I'm a muppet. They must have just got kidnapped at by a Roboport network at some point. No, not 18 of those. That's ridiculous. No, this is all going badly. I should have looked at that before. Well, I couldn't have looked at it first. It was just a paste straight onto it. Okay. Well, let's let this run for a moment or 3 and see how it goes. Now, the big problem with this is it hasn't got anything in here to filter out those particular, whatchamacallits. No, I can't fit that in there. There's only 2 squares available. Where am I going to get these out? This is problematic. I need another one of these little filter things in order to get those out. In order to get the data cards, this is going to be producing those ones out, because otherwise they're just going to go up around here and be put into that chest. I mean, that'll do for now, but it's not ideal. I can't put an underground. I can't put a splitter here and then go underground. Oh, here's what I could do. This is horrible spaghetti, but I know how much everyone appreciates it when I make horrible spaghetti. I could put that. I could cut the belt there for a moment, so I don't pick up too much nonsense. I could put a splitter in there. Then I could have a belt that goes up there, and then a belt that goes underground here, and up again here. And this could then filter off those particular science cards. This is horrible. Why are you guys letting me do this? No, to the other side, to the right. Oh dear. I'm horrified with myself, but never mind. Let's take those and put them back in here. Oh, this of course is now going to jam up because there's nowhere for these to go. Let's go and get some more underground belts. And then I can make this a tiny bit less horrible, but only a tiny bit less. Revel in the spaghetti, Laurence. Revel in the spaghetti. Everyone likes a nice tangled factory, and due to most of my builds up here haven't been too horrific because I've got quite a good system of just building straight out in a convenient direction. Yeah, I'm getting those. Good. Okay. All this can now fill back up again. Yeah, I've got the basic system where I just have a nice main bus and everything coming off sideways off it. So I don't get too... Most of the time, it doesn't get too spaghetti-y. But over there, I'm just trying to fit everything in nice and tightly around the what do you call it, around the arcosphere processing things. So it's a horrible, horrible mess, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Oh dear. I'd apologise, but I'm not really sorry. Maybe I can claim that the heat is cooking my brain or something, and it's entirely not my fault. Yes, there's a good excuse. Honest. Okay, so touchdown over here. Let's have another look at the donut. That's not the button for the donut. That's not the button for the donut either. That one. Now go back to Norvis orbit. Sigh. It should at least it'll automatically land and start refueling there, and I'll hear a whump when it arrives. I probably won't notice that that's why it's gone whump, but still, it's a start. Okay, so I also need to get rid of this this cool thermofluid somehow. Now, there's not going to be anything else here doing cool thermofluid, is there? No, because everything runs on super chilled around here and produces warm, except that one particular thing that's in there to just to try me, as I strongly suspect. Oh dear, what's complaining? Oh right. Yes, that's something else I need to go and fiddle with. Let's fix both of those in with the one travel. So up here we've got an alarm going off, and this has been doing it for about a month now, I suspect. But over here, so what we have here is the machines here that are making the what is this? Nano engineering data, which appears to be a snowflake, but sure. They're taking in nanomaterials, and then they're producing essentially all of the components you get that go into nanomaterials. They're getting sort of deconstructed and turned into all of the different bits and pieces. So we've got low density structures coming out, we've got superconductor cables coming out, we've got heat shield tiles coming out, and we've got the data itself coming out as well, of course, and some scrap. And so I've been able to pass off and filter off the most of the things to be reused elsewhere in doing all of the other sciences, which is great. But the low density structures aren't being used anywhere around here. So I was dumping them into a chest, and because I've played this game before and I know how this tends to go, I set up an alert beacon here to tell me when the chest is starting to get a bit on the full side. So I just need to come around and empty it manually every so often. I was kind of hoping that one of the later machines down here somewhere would end up using the low density structures, but so far absolutely nothing has. So they're just lingering in the chest up there, which is a bit rubbish, but oh well. Oh, on the way back down I was supposed to be laying some pipe, wasn't I? If you'll pardon the expression. So up here, you're cool, my dude. So we are using a little bit of that up here. So just need to lay this. In fact, let's jetpack down. See how this goes. See how many things there are in the way. Nothing so far. That's quite impressive. Okay, there's a radar there, which is very much in the way. But I think actually, given that I've got a cross pipe in there as well, maybe I can go. Okay, that can go to there, and then I need a single in there. Okay, and now I can go back to using the long ones again. Where am I? Okay, nearly there. This has so far been less challenging than I was expecting, because I know what it's like when I've got a. Oh. Can I fit 7 in? I cannot fit a 7 in. I couldn't use the 5 because it would join up with this 7 and with the side connectors, and it won't let me mix fluids, which is good because I don't want to mix the fluids. No, there we go. Actually, I'm probably going to bring this out up. It's either bring it out up and across here, or down and round here. Which is less horrific? Probably the down, to be honest, because that's an area I haven't built into yet. So let's go for that. Plump, plump. And then down here, so probably about. Oh, there's another. Another undergroundy bit that go there in the way. Okay, so if I bring that to there, and then like that, and across here, Oh dear. I think I should probably bring this up in the same place, just to keep things generally vaguely tidy. This is a bit of a ridiculous design. Okay, so that can then come up here, and then across here. Right, now this should be able to start running again. Oh, it's run out of Naquium cubes. Okay, but it's managed to get rid of all of the warm thermofluid. Okay, well that's... I mean, it's kind of horrible, but it also... How many of these things go? That's not too bad as my builds go. Right, has that spaceship got back? No, it hasn't yet, because it's got to fly through the gravitational field, as Peter said. Right, so I'll get rid of that pipe there because that can't go to anything. But this is working. That's pleasing. I'm glad of that. That's sort of horrible, but it also kind of works. So now I can come around here and try and get this onto the same... Let's put it onto the other side of this belt. I think that's a good idea. No. What? Okay. Let's do that. There are several things wrong with this. Firstly, this bit where it blocks the bus route through here and therefore through here. But then but actually, this is not too bad. Why is that not flowing over the belt missing? There we go. Okay, so now we've got two of the sciences available, two of the data cards rather available. I think I'm going to put in an emergency. I say emergency. I'm going to put in this, just to make sure that we never get any of these on the other side of the belt, because that will cause all kinds of problems. Nope. Can't play game. Right. Okay, so we're nearly refueled. That's going pretty well. Yeah, coming through here quite nicely. Nearly refueled. This is already reheated. That's good. There's no ship there still, so I can't check that. Should be firing in the right place. Okay, so let's... I can't do I can't do anything with that remotely. I'm going to have to go over there again. Sorry about this. It's just me being a bit not planning far enough ahead, I guess, is what it is. So yeah, let's give this a little bit of a pause, because there's a major problem going on here with lots and lots of the sciences. That is essentially that I've run out of Naquium. There's no Naquium ingots on the top here, so we're just running through. Some came in, and we've just ploughed through all of it almost immediately. Okay, so I think the next thing to look at is going to be the Naquium, and also getting that ship sent back off to Finestra and etc. as well. How are we doing over here? I saw a train coming, and I was going, am I still on the railway lines? I'm not sure. Okay, so it's 60% full. That's going okay, given that I don't feel the need to send it out just yet. We've got some of the data cards it's going to produce, so that's all right. I believe it's a processing prop. Actually, I'm not sure. I was going to say I think it's a processing bottleneck, because that was a thing I was planning to do in a bit in the past, was go over to Tulip and basically double the processing and redesign it to use the better modules that I now have available. Do I have any logistics bots? Yes, I've got 16 of them for some reason. Okay, let's shove all of those into the donut. You take those. Right. And now you get lost. Let's try this again with a bit less fail. Jeez. Yeah, I was going to say I think it's a processing bottleneck because it's not being produced on Tulip fast enough. But then it occurred to me that actually, if it was a processing bottleneck, there'd be a ship parked here full of crushed Naquium, trying to unload it into a ship here for it to go off and be processed. But that said, if it was a production bottleneck, there'd be a ship parked here waiting to be loaded up with crushed Naquium to take off to Tulip to be processed. So maybe it's actually both. Both of them are too low for what we're doing. So let's have a look. So we've got okay, so we've got the two short-range Naquium ships that are there and Nac again and again and again on their way in and out. So that's going okay. Those are flying back and forth and carrying the Naquium around. Down here we've got a supply of it, so the processing is running flat out. Part 2 of the question is, where are these ships? Okay, so there's one interesting. So it feels like both the yes, the answer is yes. Both of them are problems. Hey gals, welcome. Both of them are problems. Neither this nor the other one seem to be fast enough. So I guess to an extent the question is why? What is keeping them? The Naquium facility on Tulip appears to be running constantly, so that's sort of okay. Are these ones taking too long to fill up? Do I need to make a third one of these? They're both in flight at the moment, which means nothing's getting filled up. But on Realm of Shadows, how much crushed Naquium have we got? Right, so we've got about half the amount of Naquium we need here in order to fill up a pair of one of those ships when it arrives. Because these warehouses, this is the same capacity as we have on the ship. There's 6 warehouses here. There's 6 warehouses on each ship. So when this one, that is half full in the time it's taken for this ship to go from here to here. It's a bit more than half full, actually. It was 20% full on the second, almost 20% full on the second one, which means that's 60% between the two of them. So yeah, it's not going to be quite ready, but in the time it takes to load up this, so I think the production of Naquium in Realm of Shadows is about right for the 2 ships that are going back and forth here. Okay, and the fact that there isn't a massive backlog of this in Norvis orbit suggests that the 2 ships that are flying back and forth here are about balanced with that and the processing on Tulip. So I think this means everything is more or less balanced, but it's too slow. So I'm going to need to go through the entire... There isn't a bottleneck so much as just an insufficiency. Everything is quite nicely balanced. Ooh, long distance constellation match. Nice. So I think basically that means I'm going to need to go through and just increase the speed that everything runs at. Which probably means I'm going to need more of these ships. So basically I'm going to need another 2 of these ships. I'm going to need another 2 of the long range ships. And I'm going to need another Naquium processing facility and Vitamelange processing facility. I'm going to get through the Vitamelange at a hell of a rate. This is crazy. Yeah, another Vitamelange making the Vitalic acid facility and another Naquium processing facility to double the throughput of all of this nonsense. And then in order to get that fueled at a suitable rate, I'm also going to need to go out to Realm of Shadows and double the number of these crushers. Now the nice thing is that I think doubling the number of these is simply going to be a case of copying and pasting this across here, because it looks like these belts are, I can't really tell, but they look like they're probably flowing at less than half speed. Worst case, I can increase that a bit. This system over here that's carrying the crushed Naquitite in seems to be okay as far as I can tell. It's keeping it. Are we bringing it in faster than it's being? I don't know. Actually, this is a train has just left and there's a yellow light there again already. So maybe not. Maybe there's a. Oh, I put a. Yeah. So does that mean that these? Okay, there's one coming to here. So you've got. Oh, you're full. You're completely full. Maybe I need another train. Maybe I need another train. But then this train isn't going anywhere. Maybe. Have I not changed the train limit on this? There's no train limit set at all. So we've got a train on its way in and a train that's just come out. So there are 2 trains running to it. So yeah, there were 2 trains running to it. Let's see if another one immediately starts to go. What's that doing? It's taking an absolutely ridiculous route in. Oh no. Who designed this system, honestly? Okay, so there is a there does seem to be a steady flow of Naquium on its way in. The fact that it's not using this train, which is set to automatic, makes me think that the two trains that are running are basically okay. Let's see if that one waits there for at least a few seconds. Yes, it has. Okay, so this is okay. It is bringing it in fast enough, but if I double the throughput, I might need to get another train in here as well. Oh, so many things to think about. All right, let's see. Where to start? The question is where to start. So because the whole thing is so nicely balanced, I almost don't know where which bit I should do first. I'm tempted to do the easy part, which is this system, because it's just fly out here, which will take a while, admittedly. Oh, I'll need the donut back for that. Speaking of, no, don't anchor to Fenestra. That would be bad. Well, it wouldn't be bad, but it'd be a mistake. Oblong, globular. No, do go there. Right, so I'm going to need this ship to go out there, ideally, because it's the fast one that'll get me out there in a sensible amount of time. Oh, God, grief. Everywhere's running out of everything. Biosludge is probably okay. Blank data cards, I just need to make more. Fine. Yeah, maybe Tulip would be a good place to start. So, thing is, for Tulip, that's going to be a massive redesign. So I'm going to need to switch over to Creative Mod. Probably drop down to Norvis, because that's where all of the supplies come from, and just build up a system that will produce all of that, that will run through everything a bit more quickly and effectively. Okay, so let's do that. Yeah, all right. Since I can't go to oh, but what I can do is I can get more of these spaceships getting built, especially the long range ones. Oh, there's an Naquifier. So when the Naquifier, let's let the Naquifier Mark II arrive and then leave, and then I'll get another one built in the same place, and it can spend a little bit of time cooking while we wait for the rest of it to while we wait for me to do all the rest of it. Actually, that said, if I'm going to switch over to creative mode, then creative mod, then anything I do isn't going to be saved anyway. So let's ignore that. I do want to take a quick look at the antimatter supply though, because I want to know why that's run out. What's the shortage? What's the limiting factor here? It appears to be this machine. Why are you not running? Because your output is full. Oh, you idiot, Laurence! I need another pipe in the middle there to. Right, let's go and fix that, because I do need a lot of Naquium, a lot of antimatter. I need a lot of Naquium as well, but I also need a lot of antimatter. I do quite like that I can race a train and win quite easily. It's like that bit in whichever Superman film it is, and I might be showing my age a little bit there, because it ain't one of the recent Superman films. Okay, over here. Do I have any of those? I do not have any of those. Oh, okay, that's interesting. That could be quite useful. Although, to be honest, I find with space exploration, there's not really very much grind time in the mod. I spend all of my time building and improving stuff. So yeah, okay. Actually, come to think, perhaps I could get the antimatter being filled up a bit quicker, or I could have the donut flying around a bit more, because those are slightly grindy. But I think I'm reasonably happy just sticking with the one I've got, because otherwise I'll get confused. Let's see, so we've got full particle stream. I should make another 2 of these. I should make another 3 of these. Maybe I should make more than that, and make this whole thing a bit bigger so we can make the antimatter a lot faster. I'm yak shaving again, I can tell, but you know what, I don't care. Let's do that. So we take all of this, and we want to go 1, 2, 3. And then I need to go and get 3 of these things. Now these are expensive. They require something weird, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Material fabricator. Oh yes, they require modules. I remember. So that's the tricky part of this. So let's go over and grab some module 6s and get those built up. Yeah, I perhaps I should have a look at editor extensions at some point, but I feel that in the middle of a stream isn't the right time to start going off and experimenting with new mods, because it would be a lot of me just sort of staring at things going, and to be honest, I suspect that doesn't make great content. I think you'd rather I was, well, I was going to say I'll probably be sitting here going anyway, but in a I flew straight past the where I needed to go to get the modules, but hopefully in a slightly more intelligent and intelligible way. Up here, isn't it? Yes, here we go. So it's tier 6s. Come back. There we go. I think I was watching the mouse cursor, and my mouse cursor went over here, so I dropped out of the sky, but actually my guy was still somewhere over here. Right. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tier 6 is up here. So it's tier 6 speed modules that I needed a load of. How many was it? It was 5 per, wasn't it? So, yes, 5 of these, and I've just picked up 21. Okay, good, because I need 3. So I need 15 numbers. Yes. I'm not going to do any more science for now because I think there's nothing in I particularly want, I don't think, so I'll just wait a bit. Oh, there's 4 in here already. Well, let's give this some more modules anyway. So to have some of those and have... Can I give it half a stack of them? I don't know. I'm sure I can. No! Pfft. Don't do that. For goodness sake. So, oh, I'm so bad at just pressing the wrong button to see if it does what I want it to do, and then finding it doesn't because it's the wrong button. So where are those thermo facilities that I just pulled out? Because I don't want them in my inventory. I suppose I could just dump them. I could just chuck them straight at the... Oh, there they are. And one of those. And one of those. I could just chuck them back out into the logistics system, I suppose. Because there's quite a lot of stuff in here that's just absolute rubbish at this point. I'll have a big tidy up later and get and put all of these things somewhere where they should be. I know I say that a lot. Stop it. I say that a lot, that I'll have a big tidy up and put all these things away where they belong. But and I never actually do. But that's mostly because I only seem to have time to play this once a week on stream, at the sort of the on the official stream rather than at other times, because I'm just too busy making all of the other videos and things that go out on the channel, which I hope everybody's watching, because there's a lot of exciting content goes out on my on my YouTube channel. Right, there we go. That's a bit of tidying up. Yes, it probably is. It probably is quite simple to use. In fact, if it isn't simple to use, then I just go, "What the hell is this?" and abandon it almost immediately. Did I pick up those? Those? No, I didn't. Goodness sake. Right. Yeah, if it isn't simple to use, then I'll just junk it and ignore anyone who ever suggests it ever again in the future, much like Creative Mod. And not Creative Mod, max rate calculator mods, because they're all terrible, as I said. But I've got one that basically works, so I'll stick with that, I think, for now, as you say. I still haven't tried K2. That's going to be down the pipeline, probably once we finish the Minecraft run that we're doing at the moment. But I do, yeah, I've heard good enough things about it that makes me think that the mod might well be a good one. You can't put modules in these, can you? No, you can't. Okay. How much power am I using now? Most of it. Let's stand around here for a minute or two, just to make sure that having put these in, I'm not going to have a massive power crisis up here. But this should be enough of this for them to all kick in and work, but they're having trouble. Oh, they're having trouble getting rid of the warm stuff. Oh, because I haven't. Ah, right. There's another part of this needed. I didn't realise that was part of this. Was part of that blueprint. So let's do that, and that, and that. Right, now it should. Yeah, there we go. It's getting rid of the the 25-degree thermofluid nice and quickly. So this is the limiting factor is how fast we can pump the supercooled thermofluid into this entire chain of systems. That's a bit crazy. Can I put in a pump on that, do you think? And if so, will it help? Well, obviously I can put in a pump. The question is, will it actually help? Let's try it. Let's try not standing in the way of where I'm trying to put things. That'd be useful, wouldn't it? Is that any better? Yes, actually. It's not quite enough, but it's pretty good. And over here, these should probably, hopefully, be filling up nice and quickly. Okay, so now the million-dollar question. It's helped, but as you say, it's all these really long pipes that are it's not a great design, but it'll work. The question is, can this keep up? And the answer is this cannot keep up. So now we have a limiting factor on the coolant, how fast I can chill all of this stuff down. Which one in particular is it? So it is this level because this tank is still full. This tank is full enough, as full as it ever gets, because I've got a limiter on it, just in case I ever dump into this one, which I don't, but just in case, because I copied it from elsewhere. So I need these machines up here as basically to get it going fast enough. So I mean that's pretty good. I'll worry about this another time, because I've significantly increased the speed we're producing the antimatter at, and that's the important thing. Right, that's enough prevaricating about the bush. I think it's time to go and have a look at the tulipery. I'm just going to fly myself back over to the other side before I do. Yes, negligent discharge, or possibly known as just getting a bit too excited by the fact I've got a lightning gun. What's the donut up to? It has stopped somewhere. Okay, let's get that to anchor here. There we go. Now we can do that. We can get rid of those. We can rotate that back round, and now this can run, and I can save this, and then yeah, later basically is what I'm trying to say here. Okay, so save game. Yep, that one. Saving. Do you think my universe is getting a bit too big, given how long that takes to save? Right, quit. Let's turn creative mod on. Mods. Creative. And one of the nice things is one of the recent Factorio updates, they improved the speed of loading when you've got an enormous quantity of mods installed. So this is going to help. I have actually noticed how much faster this now is to load the game than it was before. It's massively improved. I have to say I am just always impressed and in awe of the Factorio devs. The amount of optimization that they've done, even when they almost don't need to do it, is incredible. Shame game loading isn't any quicker, and I'm pretty sure I'm storing these on my NVMe drive, so I've got as much of that as I've got that going as fast as I possibly can, but it's still not enough. Oh well. And go. How about now? How about now? Or now? Okay, so yeah, loading games can still take a little while. This is taking longer than I would expect, though. I'm not sure. I hope it hasn't all gone bang. Oh no, there we go. Yes, cheats, please. I think the cheats don't actually survive until I get down onto the other planet. They probably, knowing them, they've probably just found something that was causing an inefficiency and gone in and told it and just sort of removed a loop. I don't know if you play GTA 5, but there was a for about the first how long's that game been out for now? Probably the first 8 years after it was released. It took for absolutely ages to join and for GTA 5 to do anything, whether it was joining a game, loading. I know it was mostly loading the game in the first place. I think. Anyway, whatever it was, it took absolutely ages. And then some enterprising hacker took the code apart and discovered that there was some piece of basically some infinite loop, for want of a better word. It was not an infinite loop, obviously, but there was a loop. It was running around a bajillion times every time you tried to do anything with the whenever the game tried to do anything, that would run through every single item in the game, against every single other item in the game in some sort of completely nonsensical way or something like that. I'm not explaining this very well, but it was doing something like that. And they said, well, if you just don't, then the game will load much more quickly, and they produced a modified version of it. And Rockstar looked at it and went, oh yeah, and just fixed it. So GTA was massively improved. Now, I'm not saying the Factorio devs will do anything quite that dumb, but I suspect there's little optimizations along the same sort of lines. How big are my save files? That's an interesting question. The short answer is I don't know. I've not looked for a very long time. Slightly longer answer is let's have a quick look, because this is an interesting question. Factorio saves. The one I'm currently playing is 319 meg. That's inside the zip file. Where's it gone? No, it's here. 327 meg if it's unzipped, apparently. Yeah, so it's kind of chunky. Where's all the space I'm taken up by? There is a script.dat that's 7.5 meg. There's an enormous number of files in there that are half a meg each, and it just all adds up to about 320 meg. So yeah, that seems quite big. Is that my biggest one? It's my biggest one, except there was a map that was released on and I saw it mentioned on the one of the Factorio blogs called Norvis Post Collapse, and it was just basically a massive custom map that had all kinds of buildings and roads and an entire ruined civilization built up in it, and it looked really quite impressive. I tried to make a video of it, and I then ended up deleting. I made some sort of cock up and never actually released the video, I think. But yeah, it was quite impressive and looked very pretty. That's a bit bigger, but yeah, I haven't quite got to 400 meg yet. Right, so I'm going to need. How does this even work? I'm going to need some duplication chests. Let's have 4 belts full of what do you call amidium? What do you call amidium? The green stuff. What? I've forgotten how to use. How do you get bare Vitamelange stuff? That's uranium. Yeah, I know it can't be crafted by hand. I just want to. Oh, has this broken the cheats? Because is it? Sometimes when you switch into, I think the creative mod isn't 100% compatible with. There we go. That's better. Isn't 100% compatible with space exploration. There we go. So now we've got 4 chests full of Vitamelange. Yeah, it was quite interesting. I think you're supposed to be able to play it as an actual proper game, which could be quite fun. Where are the loaders? I know there are loaders in Creative Mod somewhere. Are they under here? Oh, there they are. Super loaders. Yes, but you're supposed to be able to play it as an actual game of Factorio, and there's lots and lots of useful stuff scattered around. But then there's also lots and lots of biters in various places. One of the most interesting things about it was there were a load of trains with all kinds of, I think all with nuclear fuel in them, and there were a load of tanks around as well, so you could always have something quite fun to drive around in. Okay, Blueprint Sandbox does sound quite nice. Part of me wants to keep my my actual game without having any of the cheats enabled, but I know that's probably a little bit pointless. Okay, so what's the steps for making Vitalic acid? You need Vitamelange extract, which means Vitamelange spice, which means Vitamelange roast, which means Vitamelange nugget, which means Vitamelange. Okay, so we pulverize it, then we roast it, then we assembly machine it, then we biochem facility it. Hang on, I've gone too far. Yeah, it was extract and then Vitalic acid, right? Okay. So Vitamelange, first off, pulverize it. So let's set up some pulverizers. Come on, Laurence, you know how the system works. Pulverizers. Okay, that does, yeah, that does sound pretty good. Okay, and in here, okay, here we want to make Vitamelange nuggets. We want the first belt to go in here like that, and then we have a belt come out, flip round, go back in again. Next step. So that's making the nuggets, and then we do that into an industrial furnace with vulcanite blocks. So we bring vulcanite in here. No, sorry, we bring vulcanite in here, so it actually works. Then we put down industrial furnaces. Just that one. Oh, I've got some of them already. Fine, don't care. Those go there. Right, the next question is, how big are my beacons? Because at some point I'm going to need to start putting these in. Okay, so I can put them there. Is that useful? I mean, obviously I put it there. Then we can make this longer across that way easily enough. Yeah, so because that's going to cover all of these. Then we have that come out like this. It's probably going to be another extra input required for the next step. Acid. So that's making the roast. Oh, there isn't another next step in that. That then goes into assembly machines. Which I don't have, of course. Why can I? Oh, they're there. Actually, are these any faster, and can they be used on land? Cannot be used on land. Okay, so it doesn't matter if they're faster. I can't use them at all. This should have to then go here to get the beacon. Now, do I want to put that there so it gets the beacon, or do I want to put it here for neatness and then move the beacon across to line everything up? Let's do that. Let's keep things neat. Put that there. I can always put in more beacons. I don't really care too much about that. It's easy and easily done. So that's... You are roasting Vitamelange. You are making Vitamelange spice. Next one is going to be making Vitamelange extract. And I think that's a... Oh, what's the best way to do that? So we've got the Vitamelange spice. We're turning it into Vitamelange extract. So that's either a chemical plant or a biochem facility. But a biochem facility can't be put on land. Cannot be placed on land, so it has to be a chemical plant. Sure. That's fine. Not a problem. Chemical plant, that one. That goes there. So we've got the Vitamelange extract. So now we can make that. Well, that needs glass coming in as well, like that, and also sulfuric acid. This time in an assembly machine again. Okay. That's quite nice that I can fit all of these in the catchment area of a single beacon, just stacking them up vertically like this. That's quite cool. I appreciate that. And then you're going to be making Vitalic acid. Where the hell's that? Oh, here it is. You're making that one. Okay. Now, apart from the inputs not being hooked up, I think that's it. Next thing, of course, is I'm going to want to module these up the wazoo. I'm going to use tier 6s because those are the ones I feel like is a good sort of a good sort of blend of. I can actually make they're good, but I can actually make them without too much difficulty because the later ones are a bit too expensive at the moment. So let's have lots of these and fill them up. Bloop. Right, there we go. So this will now add in, we've got 56 plus 56% there, plus 70% there, 56 there, 42 there, and 56 there. So that's going to be quite a lot extra, which is nice. I approve of that. So that's the Vitalic acid. Okay. Next step is the actual Naquium processing, isn't it? So, right, so we get the crushed Naquium coming in. I'll leave a tiny little gap here. And I'll obviously need another thing for that. Right, so Naquium. Crushed naquitite is then done in a chemical plant, is washed in a chemical plant. which produces which takes in water and produces blooming everything. Not space pipes, ground pipes. So we'll need to. I can't do that because there won't be any room for inserters around it. So we'll do. No, we can't do that. This will all have to move. So we do that and then that, or possibly just a straight pipe all the way along. Actually, yeah, just a straight pipe all the way along, I think. Okay, so that's the acid input. Next one, we'll then need water and chemical plant. And belt of Naquium, crushed naquitite, sorry. And out here, we have a belt of washed naquitite and stone. So we get rid of the stone. That's with one of these, like that. Stone goes to the left. Stone left. Good. I feel like actually, in the interest of keeping everything looking consistent and looking the same, and everything nice and lined up, including even including the belts, let's do that. Oh, I've got that in the wrong place. It needs to move up yet another square, like that. So I can fit in the underground pipes like that. Okay. What am I doing now? Okay, so what's the next step? Crushed naquitite turns into washed naquitite and stone. Good. Washed naquitite. This one does. This is where the Vitalic acid comes in. So we bring this up here like that. Feed that in there. And this is going in a chemical plant again. I should program these up. Actually, this is you're to do washed. You're to do powder. You're to not close every time I change my mind about what I'm doing. Aqua powder. Oh, this produces water. That's helpful. I think it produces less water than it uses. This produces less water than this uses up. So you do need to pump more water in. You can't just get. You don't need to worry about trying to get rid of some water in some way or shape or form. So that's okay. That's a relief. Oh, I can't put that there though. Oh, that does reach. Excellent. I wasn't expecting that to be quite so helpful. So that's that linked in. That's now this comes out. I haven't put any of the inserters in yet, have I? So okay, so that's producing sand. That's producing sand as well. So we need another splitter there to take out the sand. And then this can go up here, I guess, and then round here. What's the next step? Naquium powder. That requires vulcanite as well. Another one that requires vulcanite, so that can be coming from the same source. And then we put it into another industrial furnace in order to make the Naquium ingots. Okay. Like that. And then all of this needs to be productivity module 6. Like so. Oh, there's not so many steps of the actual Naquium production processing. It's just all the rest of it that's a bit ridiculous. And this is going to be a bit underutilized. Oh well, never mind. Okay, so this was the this is the what's the name vulcanite feed. So put a splitter there. That goes in there, and so now all we need is the Naquium, crushed naquitite in there, vulcanite in there. And to finally put this in down here. Now let's go in and put in the inserters. Do. Exerters would be useful too. Do I remember? Yep, there we go. And then out at the top. And we'll have some lovely fresh Naquium ingots coming out the top of there. Okay. Good. And that's that. I just link that across there now. Give it some power and see what happens. Oh, these need to be probably just speed module 6, and I'll deal with the power shortage problems, because I think that's going to be cheaper than making all the extra modules I'd need. And now I just need to do a balancing act and make everything run at the same speed. So let's see, that's going to need a couple of these one of these pylon substations. That's amazing. I forget just how good these things are. Oh no, it's not quite one. Ah, that's so close and yet so far. Oh, thanks, Astron. Yeah, I think I did do a search for guides for LTN guides on YouTube, because I was curious to see where mine came in the list in sort of numerically in the list, and I was quite pleased to see it came out more or less at the top, or at least in the top 3 when you do a search when you're not logged in, and also that it was, yeah, as you say, it's the only one that's remotely recent. So that's probably why it's doing quite so well, and I'm getting so many views from that. Right, let's put in an infinite power source as well. Super substation, no, that's not the one. Active energy source, that sounds like the right thing. Sure, put it over here somewhere. Right, that's now all working. Oh no, I need to put in a couple more inputs along here. Oops. So we need, what we need vulcanite. Vulcanite, there's vulcanite. And we needed, oh, we're going to need sulfuric acid as well. What was the other thing? Oh, and crushed naquium. Naquitite, that one. So put the, where's it gone? Why is there so much nonsense in my, there's that one. That goes in there. And then the crushed naquitite goes in there. And, oh, we need water as well. Liquid fluid sources, fluid source. One of these, fluid source, that one. This one is sulfuric acid. This one is water. Right, there we go. Ha. Yeah, I mean, if you, I don't know, I'm not aware of, I don't know how to get hold of the, oh, needs to be a tank, pumps and systems in here. Yeah, I do, bleh, words are hard. Yes, I noticed a nice spike in videos in views on the channel when I when my channel was included on the space exploration mod page. So yeah, I should try and work out who's behind LTN these days and say, hey, I made a thing. You should link to it. No power right here. Okay, that's fine. That's not part of my main design, but that will be wired in with this, and you are to run when water is less than 15,000, and you are to have power. Why are you sad? Oh, because I haven't got anywhere to... No, why are you sad? Oh, there's no Vitalic acid. Because you're sad. Oh, there's no glass. Right, I forgot another input. Glass. Need glass. Resources. Oh. Lost the... Yeah, the massive space pylons are fantastic. Oh, no, enable all. There we go. I'm very, very fond of them because it makes powering in a huge area so absolutely trivial. It's just brilliant. Where's glass? I know it's in here somewhere. I just can't see it. Let's use the search. There. Oh, okay. It doesn't look very glassy. Maybe, I don't know. And it's kind of appropriate given that a shortage of glass tends to be the problem I have with most of my with my Vitalic acid making most of the time. Okay, so that's now running. That's producing stuff. I'm going to need voids for this and the sand coming out somewhere. Here, stone coming out somewhere. I need voids for both of these, but let's just link them together. And then straight up. No. Okay. That way, right. And then a void chest. I mean, in reality, when I get this thing actually set up, I shall be turning all of this into I shall be turning all that into glass. But for now, I'm just going to void it all because I want to get this running as fast as possible, as fast as humanly possible. Why are you sad? Oh, because I haven't told you what to do. Make that. Right, there we go. That is the full system. Should now be working. Yeah, it is working. It's a bit slow to make the what do you call them? So I'm curious, how much power are we using from this? So we're already using 50 megawatts when I haven't really done anything. Yes. Yes, I've noticed. Yeah, the jetpack and the navsat both break all of the cheats, which is extremely frustrating. But never mind. Okay, so clearly there is a massive bottleneck here. Now the question is, how fast do I want this to go? And I think the answer is, how fast is it going on Tulip? I need to make it at least double that. Over here, we've got 3 of these with. Oh, these got tier 8 modules in them. So okay, I'll be wanting to boost. Maybe I decide. Okay, so I've got tier 8 in that stage, tier 6 everywhere else, pretty much, I think, with a few random other ones in there. Okay, so let's tier 8 those because that step has the fewest in there, and there's a shortage of this stuff coming in. Right, okay, so I'll bump those ones up to tier 8 to sort of match this. That's fine, I can do that. And I think that's probably sensible. Yep, I've lost the cheats again. Enable. Because I haven't finished the design yet, basically, Visu. I will be boosting it to use more of the belts at some point as I go through and improve the design. So that should be that. Right, there we go. Oh, actually, no. This is linked to limited to half a belt of Naquium powder because I need the vulcanite to go somewhere else. Yes, I could potentially. I could have it on another belt, separate belt. That might be sensible actually. And then, yeah, have a full belt of the powder coming through. But to an extent, it doesn't matter because one belt will keep. I can then just split it off have as many top-up belts as I need. So right, this currently is this stage is the limiting factor. So let's make a. In fact, you know what? Let's just copy all of these things that are 3 wide all the way down to here because that's going to be really easy to do. I can just do this then. Like that. Let's see how we're doing for bottlenecks now. So I'd like to get a feel for how many of these machines are actually required to run one of these, and then I can decide that okay, I want 3 of these, and then I actually want 6 of them, and I can bump it up. So are we now? Yeah, we've got plenty of this stage at the moment. And it's still not enough for this one machine. That's quite impressive. How close is it? Fairly close. Okay, we're nearly there then. Let's put another rank of them in here. And then all these belts need to go across like that. I don't know why I'm building all that up. This is clearly excess. It's this step that's the shortfall. Are you running? No. Why are you not running? This pipe. No, the pipe's not full. You're not running either. It's short of him. Oh, there's not enough Vitalic acid coming through. Okay, fair enough. Right, so yeah, I have noticed actually that producing enough Vitalic acid does seem to be a serious bottleneck in this. It's what's been causing me problems elsewhere in the nope, this way. On the other systems I've been setting up, it's the Vitalic acid production that's been the serious bottleneck for this. Now, so okay, let's have a look at that for now. This is running flat out and is not producing enough of it. Yeah, not remotely enough. Okay, so we need more of these. That's fine. Yeah, I'm going to need to put in a lot more vita mining, I suspect, on the down on the planet. But that's not a problem. I have a reasonably good supply of. I have plenty of patches, should we say? Plenty of patches of vita melange, so I'll be able to go out and start mining those in a bit more thoroughly, I guess, is the best way to put it. Okay, well, we've now overflowed the one half belt I've got going here. So it seems to be 2 machines per half belt. So let's do that. So these are all now capable of running flat out. Is it really? Okay. Well, I don't think I need to get up to the three belts of Naquium, to be honest. I suspect running quite a bit slower than that is probably going to be all right. But we shall see. Maybe I might be completely wrong about that. Okay, this seems to be fairly healthy and balanced. Well, it's not balanced actually. We're not producing enough. Oh, we're still not producing enough of this step. That's why everything else is slow. It's not getting all the way around. Okay. Well, it seems to me we can run probably about 3 machines off 2 of these. Let's put in another one of these. Or maybe 2. Can never have too many of these, can we? Oh, I'm not going anywhere near 130 science per minute. I'm aiming for about 12, so about a tenth of that. So I should be all right on quite a lot less. Yeah. That said, I've got. Actually, no, I don't know how much I'm producing at the moment. Oh, we've got the filled up a side of the belt. Filled up a side of the belt completely now. So we've got 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's do that here. Make that. Put it on the other side of the belt. I suppose the sensible thing to do with this would be to just to make an absolutely enormous monstrosity that does enormous amounts of all of it, and then just trim it down until it's running at the right speed. So let's do it that way around instead. And just fill up the area that's being covered by the beacons, which is too far. I didn't want cuts. I wanted just delete, straight up delete like that. See how that goes. Okay, put one more of these in. And let's put in another. I want to put in another one of these because there clearly isn't enough being brought through. I suppose I could do that. And they'll just fill in the gaps there. Okay, that's quite nice. In fact, maybe they should all just do that straight up onto the belt above. It's an odd setup, but it kind of works. Let's have that one go around the edge though, just for completeness sake. Yeah, now I never have to worry about the belts being full, so I can get rid of some of this. Let's make it a little bit neater. Okay, so we're now finally producing Vitalic acid faster than we're using it. That's a relief. I'm glad I've been able to get to that point. So now where am I limited? I'm limited by this at the top. Fair enough. That makes sense. I mean, I'd sort of expected that. So now I was saying before I had 3 of them. I want to have 6 of them now to double the throughput. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And once again, underground belts. Dum, dum. Now, obviously, the problem here. Oh, I was going to say, obviously, the problem here is now going to be with the fact that I've only got 1/2 belt of the powder coming through, so that's just never going to work. Actually, what I should have done is cut there, and let's see how many. Let this run for a moment, and I'll see how many of these powder machines it takes to use one to satisfy one of these. The half belt isn't a problem because I can just top the half. Oh, this one's going to be harder actually because of the sand. But actually, but I can top the half belt up every machine or two to as necessary to keep it all supplied. So that's not a problem. Okay, so this is getting longer gradually, but only very gradually. That's quite impressive. The rest of it though all seems to be. Oh, actually, no, there's not a shortage of this one, but it's all going through very quickly. Yeah, the powder machines are very slow. I'm wondering if I should no, I was going to say I was wondering if I should make these run off something else. So run without the productivity modules and put more speed modules in them to make them run a bit faster. But I think that's a false economy because one of the shortages currently is still the amount of Naquium I can bring in. So I think I want these to be as efficient as possible. But I definitely need far more of them than one of these systems fits in. So because I've got so much extra space off the top, or room for at least another row of things, let's take this entire system here and move it up a chunk. I'll just put it up here out of the way for now. That actually I still want to have down here. So it. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. What's this covering? That's covering all that. So actually, I can put it about here. That's a better place for it. Yeah, it is very slow. 40 you reckon to 6? Wow, that's a lot. I mean, I suspect you're probably correct because that feels like the right sort of ratio. So okay, I think how am I going to get this set up? I think I'm gonna take one of your bits of advice. I'm gonna start using the full belt for this. So let's get rid of this underground bit in the middle. Was that conveniently a? No, of course it wasn't. All of this now moves over to there to join in. There we go. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So, and that's covering the. I can put in a 12th one actually. Let's put in a 12th one on the end, like that. Now that's in the wrong place. Never mind, I can fix that. Okay, so that's 12. Let's take that up to 24 by doing copy paste of all of this. Oh, and that'll put it onto the. I was going to say that'll put it onto the other side of the belt, which is good. It's not good. It'll be a separate belt, so that's actually okay. All of this then goes up here. Now we've got the that in the way, but never mind. So we've got not quite got twice as many now, but it's close enough. So yeah, I'll need to then split this like that, belt round like so, and then another one up. Oh dear, stupid thing. Belt up like that, Is that right? Yes. No. That's the output belt. Damn it. Let's clean that up the easy way. So one there. Oops, that needs the output filter on it as well. Get rid of that. Where was the other one? Here's the other output. Okay, so we've now got 2 belts coming through. That's an improvement. So we'll run the first one in there like that. Now, there we go, fix that. So, now I want to see how many... Oh, I've gone out of power range. Great. No, because I'm going to have... I am going to actually start using both sides of the belt. I've decided that is a good piece of advice. So I'm going to want to have both belts running in order to keep the throughput up. So I want to have 2 belts coming up here to keep, because there's so much powder going through. Why are you not running? Oh, because you need the that as well, the vulcanite as well. Still, oh, that's too far up. Ah. Move all of that down a bit. Probably to about there to give me some space to play around. Is that going to be close enough to be in there? I think it is. Yes, that's easily in range of the beacons. Good. Interesting. I was expecting this to be more than a full belt already, but apparently not. I'm going to need even more of these. Yeah, I want to produce a full belt from here and a full belt from here, so both sides of it. But I just haven't got enough of the powderizers yet. So that's going to be another of all of this. Like that. Why is there an underground? There was probably power in there before. Let's do that. Yep, that's perfect. And I think I'm going to want to loop these back and have the same thing above and below as well, because the amount I need is that crazily high. Then I'm going to need far more Vitalic acid. Yes, I know already I could have a bit more because I've only got half a belt going in at the moment, but that's one of the things I need to fix. Probably bring it straight up in over here, so into the middle. But yeah, because at the moment this just isn't capable of filling it up. I hope once this fills up, we'll have a bit more going in there. Okay. So while that's chugging away, yeah, I'm going to need to run more belts of Vitalic acid up here as well. That's going to be interesting. So right, how far out do I go? Out to here. Okay. So copy this, flip it, place it. Like that, I guess. There's going to be a problem here with the inserter. Yes, there is. But I can do that. Okay, this works quite nicely. We can then feed this up onto the bottom side. No, actually, no, that won't work. It needs I don't want to feed it into the bottom side. But then up here, another one of those like that. And this feeds onto here as well. I mean, it's not working because there's no Vitalic acid getting through, but the theory is that I'm going to put all of these in like this, and then work out the Vitalic acid supply afterwards. Make that future Laurence's problem, where future Laurence is only about 10 minutes away, but or maybe less. There we go. That's all the water. That's the water supply. Okay, so that is hopefully enough powdering machines. We'll find out in a later. If not, then I can extend this further, and hopefully having 2 belts of powder, basically full of powder going in there, is going to be enough. But at the moment, obviously, there's a massive shortage of. Interesting. This step. I think once again I might as well do the thing where I just do that, and oh no, it's can I have one of these for 2 of these machines? Is that going to how's that balance? This is happy, so let's just do that and that. Oh, only the underground's up there. Like that and that. Possibly slightly overfeeding some of these, but it looks like when it's actually running. Oh, I can't tell. Yeah, when it's able to run flat out, I can't tell for any of these. They're all broken in various different and interesting ways. Maybe I should have done this between streams, but there never seems to be any between streams with my gameplay, which is a little bit of a shame. But yeah, we could, rather than, because there's a couple of things I could do here. I could either have, because of the way I've got this set up, it's easier to have them split up into little modules like this that will hopefully all work together. Except when they don't. So what I'm thinking is, because if you run the belt all the way to the end and back again, like I've done here, for example, you run into the problem where you've got too much on the belt here and it doesn't fit. So instead, I'll do that. And have multiple little modules, so all these bits are sort of semi-self-contained, and they seem to be reasonably well balanced. Yeah, I know I've told you before that I've played with the max rate calculators, and they're all terrible, which is why I don't use any of them, because none of them, they're all horrible to use and they're just not worth it. So I don't want to. That's not going to help. I think that adding in the tier 8 modules and the tier 6 modules throughout, this feels like I'm getting more throughput than I was from the one belt of the Vitamelange before. No, I'd like to. I'd like to fit in a thing to put it on the other side of the belt here, but there's. Oh, maybe there's room. What if I do? I built it all so tightly here. There isn't room to swap sides of the belt very sensibly. I do seem to have enough Vitalic whatever the extract is called coming through here. So that's. Why have all the stopped? Have I broke? Oh, these are stopped because I've broken the. Oh, I've broken all of the. Ah, Muppets. Alright, so all the extract machines are working along here. That's good. But we're now starting to run into, glass shortages, which, to be honest, isn't surprising. I guess I need to work out how many of these I can run off one of these belts and then run another. But I suppose I could put in a splitter along here and run another one along the back. I possibly should have. I could do. Oh, for goodness sake! How can I be missing underground belts? I'm in cheat mode. Oh yes, this I drag with to get that effect, isn't it? Okay, apparently that the cheat mode doesn't work properly for doing that. Let's make a few more. But where do I want that to come down? Probably about here. And oh, I forgot about this. I've no idea how I'm gonna. Oh, if I do that, does that give me room to do anything useful? Yes, it does. There we go. Now, interestingly, this is all ground to a halt up here. I say ground to a halt. It's not running quite as quickly as it was before. Yes. So, okay, there's a lot less powder coming through than I was expecting there to be. So I could actually merge this one onto that belt. Let's try doing that to start with. Like that. Feed them both in there. See how that goes. Now it's going to drain all of the existing supply out, so it's going to be taking a minute or two to work. But I feel like it's nearly there, but I also feel like it's whilst it feels like it's nearly there, I've not put in remotely enough machines, and this is only about the same size as what I had initially on what I've got on Tulip, and with much the same types of modules, so it shouldn't be any better. Now, I do think I want this to be slightly more. What am I trying to say? Sorry. I do want to then double this before I go out and build it on Tulip, which is a thing. Let's put this over here, because there's probably supposed to be a machine in there. And I feel like a lot of this may end up not being required. Oh, I don't know. Let's pick up all of this to at least get things running a bit more. Yeah, as if they would be if on the basic on it running normally. Because there we go. It's not really producing it fast enough now. Okay, that's okay. That's actually what I expected. And now I need to go in and work out and sort of find the and sort of declog the bottlenecks. Like this is clearly a bottleneck, for example. That should be going on like that should be that should be split beforehand somewhere. Like that. There we go. That's sort of what I was trying to do. Nope, that's still not it. Where do I put? How do I get this into where it needs to be? Why is spaghetti so spaghetti? The sand and stone they're going into a void chest at the moment, but in the actual facility they'll go off to be turned into glass, which will be turned into Vitalic acid. I know from experience that you use a lot less glass up than you you produce a lot less glass from the overflow here than you need to make the Vitalic acid. So it's going to need a supply of glass being brought in as well. This tangle in the middle here is absolutely horrible. No, that's even worse. Alright, so let's do this again, but with less terrible. So I need to split that. Oh, this is too cramped. I've not left enough space into this. Yeah, exactly. I'm actually bringing in glass from Norvis because there isn't remotely enough being produced on this planet, and Norvis is where all the sort of the spare stone from everywhere else goes, so it made sense. But this is a little bit more space for this. So that goes that way. This needs to be split again. One of them goes up here like that. Okay, that's fine. The other one comes across. Oh, this is some horrible spaghetti. I should have left myself a lot more space for this. No. Yes. There we go. Oh, I hate it. But I mean, it'll work for now. Until it's great until I decide I want to put in another load of Vitalic acid about halfway along here. Then it's going to be really, really difficult. Now, what I'm yes, Visu is having a good rage at me for not using all of it, for ignoring him every single time he tells me I should use a max rate calculator. Actually, that's not quite true. I ignored him nearly every time. I responded to him once, and that was more than enough. Oh, we've got this filling up now, so let's do that. Put that on the other side. Not that it's needed, because I think the Vitalic acid is the limiting factor here, as always. Is that running flat out? I mean, this should be running flat out now. It's kind of hard to yeah, it is. That's running flat out there and there. Okay, so we've got this being pulled through as fast as it's being made. Okay, there's a couple of extra machines in there that aren't moving fast enough, but we're using the refined, whatever it's called, this stuff up as fast as it's being made. So, right, okay, I think I've now probably reached the point where everything is working as fast as it is on Tulip at the moment, but in a slightly more compact layout. So I guess the answer is probably go through, tidy this up, and then just make a second one, rather than trying to rather than trying to squeeze more stuff onto the existing belts, because this is already a bit of a mess. So one of these is... One of these is not capable of keeping two of those running, so actually I should probably bring a bit more in here like that, and allow this to pass through. Ooh, and that means I need that belt back in there, and allow this to feed all of them, really. That's better. Having the extra ones over here is giving it enough to go around this, all the way to this machine. So that's good, because there's an extra one in the middle because of the beacon. I wonder how much power is this all using now, and how's that going to compare to the other one? 500 megawatts. That's not too bad actually. I can deal with 500 megawatts being used by one of these systems. I think I'm going to need to expand the power production on Tulip to cope with all of this, but it's actually not too bad. I've put this in the wrong place. Oh. And I shouldn't say this in case you stop watching, but I'm glad it's so disgraceful you're still watching for the entertainment of the shipwreck of it, I suppose, is the best way to put it. So it's 1, 2, 3 per side of the belt. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3. 1, 2. Okay, fine. Whatever. Yeah, yes, I know it's a game about automation, but you can't automate all of the... I don't want to automate all of the fun out of it. Yeah, so there's a little bits of gaps in here where the machines aren't actually getting enough. So it seems these 6, despite the fact... Oh, there's not enough crushers either. That's part of the problem. Oh well. Okay, well we have a system that is basically producing a rate of stuff. Oh, it's not blowing fast. I think I'm kind of tempted to just save save a copy of this and then work on it another time, because I think this is... I was going to say I think this is probably not particularly interesting content, but actually I've got a decent number of people watching, so maybe it is. There is other stuff that I need to look at, of course, like the like more of the deep space sciences. I just thought it'd be worth coming off and having a bit of a look at this for a little while and trying to get things running a bit better. I've no idea what you're talking about, I'm afraid. Remember the joys of stream lag. You need to give me context of whatever you're saying, because it's going to be sort of 10 seconds after I said it by the time I see the message pop up. Oh, what am I trying to do? That one. Let's put that over there. Okay, that's helped. That's keeping that one happy, in theory. Oh, it is. No, it's got it had a red light on it, which I thought was that red light should mean insufficient input, but it's not on insufficient input. It's on insufficient. It's on unable to output. So I think there's a bit of a delay on the bottleneck mod in there, which is a little bit of a shame. But okay, right. That stage fine. This stage fine. This stage basically okay, mostly okay. The one on the end isn't quite running enough, and one here isn't quite running flat out. But basically, there's doing reasonably a reasonable amount of both. Okay, so we are producing the Vitalic acid a lot faster than we're able to use it at the moment, which is interesting. What's actually most interesting about this is that is that one side of the belt is completely full and the other side is massively gappy, but the process stuff still isn't making its way all the way along. I think it's possible this just isn't the best of designs, which is why I think I'm gonna stop messing around with this now. I'm gonna take a blueprint of this and play with it later. Play with it some other time because I'm getting a bit bored of it. So I imagine you guys probably are too. So let's export that to a string. Copy that. Stick it off in my... Where's my text editor window gone? Oh, it's behind one of my Twitch windows. That's why I can't see it. And the Twitch window is always on top, so I can't find it. All right, there we go. Okay, so that's that blueprint. I'll finish this off at some other time. And for now, let's return to your regularly scheduled entertainment. Because I think it's time to do something a bit different for a little while. So mods, turn it back off, confirm. Right, so yeah, we'll have a little bit of a hiatus while the game restarts. Sorry about this, but I'll be back up and in the game as soon as I can, and then we can start, and I can get back to sort of going out and collecting arcospheres and trying to build up the next tiers of science. Even though I haven't got the Vitamelange supply to allow me to do that, and I can build up some more spaceships as well for transporting it around, and I suppose go back out to Realm of Shadows and beef up the crushed Naquium processing as well, because it's as I was saying earlier in the stream, currently everything seems to be perfectly balanced. There's exactly the right number of Naquium crushers in order to make the right number, in order to fill up the ships at the speed they fly back and forth at, in order to fill up the other ships that fly off to Tulip to process it and bring it back up here. It's just that balanced speed is insufficient for the next part of the factory. So, yeah. Oops. So, first thing is right. So there's one of the ships has arrived, which is nice. This is no, it hasn't. Yes, it has. Yeah. So one of these is arrived. It's unloading. That's all good. And it's loading up again with the sulfur and the iron to take that back out to make into acid. So the system is working here nicely. Good. We've unloaded. Oh yeah. So the slightly frustrating thing about this is I haven't got a very good system for loading sulfur because when I designed it, I hadn't thought about quite how much I was going to get through in order to do all the Naquium mining. So it actually takes significantly longer to load the sulfur in than it does to unload the crushed naquitite. However, as I said, everything seems to be more or less balanced at the moment, and I reckon there's room for twice as many ships, so 4 ships in this sort of loop before we start to have any sort of problems. Excuse me. So I think this is going to be okay. I'll just put in another 2 ships, and I think it'll probably still be fine. Now that's going to be getting. Oh, it's not got too chilly yet, but let's re-aim that. So I'll go to Kalidas orbit. This one, aim it at there instead because I want warm. I don't want that to get cold, and I'm going to drop another one in there in a minute and have to. I'm going to build another one of these ships, and that's going to need heating up. Oh, thanks, Saturn. Yes, I think YouTube is going well. I've got about 820 subscribers now, which isn't that many if you compare it to any of the really big channels out there. But it feels quite satisfying. And given that I've I don't know, given that I feel like I'm a normal person, I feel like it's going quite well. Okay, so I need that one to clear off. But let's have a look at the donut while we're waiting for that to go. So of course it's still launching rockets because I've only just got it to start deploying things. So that was the I don't only get 2 from that. That's a bit disappointing. Oh, of course, because the number of deep space ones I'm getting is now going to be pretty low. So we've got we'll leave that running through, sending out all the rockets. Okay, so that's only just got started, as I say. So we've got this is working basically okay. We just need to wait for this to fill up. How much further does it need to go? Oh, another 9.3 thousand sulfur to go on there. Okay, this is going to take a long time to fill up because as you can see, it's got this single belt filling it, and it's as I was saying, not the ideal setup, but yeah, didn't realize quite how much sulfur was going to be required when I initially set it up. Maybe is there a better way to do this? I'm not really convinced there is. Oh, I suppose I could have another. Hmm. The problem is waiting for trains to come out, bring more sulfur around, and then for it to be passed through. And yeah, it's just not. It generally isn't a great system, and I've run out of space to put more unloaders in here as well because of all of the other things that are needed for it. Okay, so I think I'll just have to deal with this for the moment. But as I said, I think that's basically okay, um, because um, I think it's basically okay because the amount of time it takes the ships to fly back and forth is the main limiting factor on here. Now, granted, if I could fill the ship up a bit quicker, then it would speed up the round trip a little bit, but only by a relatively small amount. And I think given the amount of flight time, there's that's not really my limiting factor. I'm not really. I think Arcolinks are a Deep Space Science 4 research, I believe. Um, yes, Deep Space Science 4. So quite a long way off. Basically, by the time I get to Arcolinks, I'll have not more or less finished, but I won't have all that much research left to do. So it'll be sort of there won't be any point. I don't think there's any point in Arcolinks, because to be honest, the logistics transport isn't the problem. It's the processing that's going on Tulip that's the problem with this. Um, and I don't really want to sacrifice any of these valuable arcospheres in order to make arcolinks. So I'm going to probably going to stick with spaceships. I'm not saying definitely. I may change my mind. You never know. But I think basically I think I'm probably not that interested in arcolinks. That's heated up already. This is taking forever to fill up. Maybe I do need to do something about how fast it fills up with sulfur. The problem is the only way to make it get the sulfur out. Actually, that's not true. I was going to say the only way to get the sulfur in faster would be to start using these inputs, and then I'd need to work on the outputs at the other end to make sure they unloaded the sulfur and the iron to somewhere else. But um, this belt could be a little bit fuller. So maybe, and in fact, I could have a second. I was going to say I could have a second station in here to. Yeah, I could do that. That might be a good way to do it actually. If I put in another station on the other side, so the sulfur's being brought in by 2 trains. Um, like this. Then I'll be able to feed it through a bit more. Actually, let's pull that out a bit. What if I copy this? Include not those, and not that, and is there room for this? Oh, and I need the tiles as well. Is there room for this in here? There is actually. Okay, we'll put this station in here. And remove the requests for the things I don't need to be brought into here. And fill in the gap here. So this will allow me to bring the sulfur out a bit more quickly. No, this way. Sulfur goes out. Is there room for that? Yeah, there is actually. Oh no, there isn't room for anything. Stop putting belts in the wrong way up. Right. Okay, I can't do that, but I can do that and that and that. That isn't what I meant to do. That's what I meant to do. Oh, but then I just do that. There we go. No, wait, that's wrong. Try and get it right. There we go. Okay, so that's now exactly the same as it was before, but now down here, if I turn this on, we'll have another station bringing in sulfur. So that'll mean two stations bringing it in. So I'll have a bit more storage available, and because I'll have, is that right? No, that should have been a green cable because I'm using red for something else around here. Okay, so that'll pull in some more sulfur, and then we'll just have a slightly more solid belt of it going up there. So things will be a little bit better because of that. Yeah, so they're sort of the ender chests from Minecraft. So yes, as Visu says, they're two chests with a shared storage essentially. So you can put stuff. Essentially, it means you can transport stuff between two locations as fast as 4 inserters can insert it. So you have 4 inserters pumping it in at one end, 4 inserters pulling it out at the other end, and you've got lots of stuff going through. Oh, or possibly more. But my problem isn't the logistics of transporting the stuff around. The problem I have is with the is simply with the amount of is the amount of processing. So logistics isn't a problem. So I don't see I don't have any problems that Arcolink storage would help with at the moment. I mean, I'm not going to say I won't say never, because I might decide at some point that actually I've got enough arcospheres from launching all of these things, and that, well, I might as well sacrifice 10 or whatever it is to make an Arcolink chest. How much are they? Yeah, 10 arcospheres to make an Arcolink chest. So it's going to be 20 to make 20 to transport the crushed naquitite from Realm of Shadows to Tulip, and then potentially another 20 to transport the Naquium from Tulip to Norvis Orbit. Although, to be honest, I'd probably keep the spaceship for the second leg of that. But still, 20 arcospheres is quite a lot. So yeah, I mean it's. I'm not going to say never and it's impossible, and I completely hate the idea, but come on, game. Copy, paste. Goodness sake. But at the moment, I feel like I've got more valuable uses for the arcospheres, like, doing research. So which is why I'm probably thinking at the moment I don't feel they're worth it. But yeah, never say never. So from satellite view, you should be able to. Let's actually look at a planet where there is some artillery. You can get yourself a free artillery remote by just selecting it in here, like that, and you'll get one, and then it should just work. Shouldn't have any problems with it. Yeah, should be fine. You also need to claim yeah. If it's inactive, it does sound like maybe you just don't have one in range. There we go. It's finally gone. So now I can grab that spaceship, view surface, copy everything, including, I don't need train stop names, entities and tiles. Yeah, create blueprint, paste, goes here. Thump. And now we have a nice bot frenzy to build up the spaceship for me, and then it'll have to sit there for quite a long time while we warm up the beam receiver through and get that working nicely. But still, it's something for the bots to be doing while we're waiting and doing other things. So right, I'm trying to think what's the next thing I want to do. It's probably going to be carry on with the science, to be honest, even though I don't have enough Naquium at the moment. That's a sort of an issue that I know where the problem is. I just need to go and beat my head against that that design for a little while in order to get it up and working. So let's go over and have another play with the science. I'll get that ship launched once it's finished, and hopefully everything will just work from that. Biological. And here we are. Okay, so we've got everything has stopped. Oh, okay, this is everything has stopped because everything is full. Excellent. So it stopped for all the right reasons. So I'm happy. So that's a relief. Yeah, these belts are full, so it's got back up to all backed up to here. And I set up that system. I don't know if you remember a couple of sessions ago, where each of these machines essentially watches to see if its science pack, its data card has reached all the way up to here, and then stops the machine running. Oh, the next thing I need is going to be some more of the even more advanced supercomputers, isn't it? So if we look in here and here, that one is okay, is going. That one is the one that I've just started building over here. So it's reality hypergraph. So that needs the deep supercomputer and the Naquium processors. This one needs the data from the previous generation, and and the Naquium cubes. So Naquium cubes are a thing that there was previously a shortage of. However, there's still a shortage of them. Okay, fair enough. Well, if I mess around here for long enough, building up extra science systems and not doing any research, then I'll actually start to get a little bit of a backlog of Naquium, hopefully, and we can start, actually building things. Okay, so that was up here. It was one of these belts. I think it was this one on the inside. Yeah, this one, the one that there isn't enough of because it uses the cubes, which, as previously mentioned, have stopped because of a lack of Naquium. So, splitter in here like that, and get this out of here. And I'm just going to bring it all the way over here because there's lots of space over there on the bus. And bring it along here, I think. And down here. Right, so that's those two. Well, it will be those two science packs once we actually have some of them. Yes, lack of Naquium is a phrase I've used quite a lot. It's the funny thing is when I first started needing Naquium for presumably Deep Space Science 1, it didn't seem too bad. Yeah, okay, it was an effort to produce it, but I seemed to always have plenty of it around. And then the amount used as you'd get further into the Deep Space Sciences just skyrocketed, soared out of control. Yeah, okay, so cryonite, blank data card, laser facilities. I bet I don't have any of those on me. Laser facilities, choop choo, choop choo. That one? No, of course I don't. Okay, well let's get the rest of the stuff down here that we need. So there's cryonite, which we'll need. That is cryonite. Yes, that is cryonite. Need data cards. They're basically down there already. And the Naquium cubes, which are coming out here. Oh, those are going down here. So this belt, presumably, yes, this has some Naquium cubes on the end of it. Good. I'm just going to start below this pipe because it seems like a good place to start. There's no point in faffing around trying to get through here. Yeah, modules do help a lot, but they're it's the throughput on the belts that's the problem that I've been having. But yeah, it's getting there gradually. Right, so we need. I'll put down some laser factory ghosts because that'll at least allow me to plot and think. So put down one there. Oh, I can't tell it what it. I can't look in it to see what it needs. No, I'm gonna go and get some laser facilities actually because it's a lot easier if you can open the thing up and just have a look at what it's got in it rather than going to FNEI every single time. And otherwise, I'll probably get things wrong because that's just how things tend to go. Yeah, the problem with building a new module factory is you then have enormous amounts of load on your circuit. So you then need to make a new green circuit factory and a new red circuit factory and a new blue circuit factory, and fly into the side of a spaceship. So it's never as simple as you expect it to be. Okay, let's have some more of that. I want some laser facility. No, oh yeah, do it over here. Learn to play the game, Laurence. Laser facilities is that one. Yeah, 5 is probably going to be enough, at least to get started. We'll see how it goes. 1. there are any of these requests that I don't need anymore? I keep taking these out and then realizing I actually do keep using them for various things, so I'll keep putting them back in. I don't use cliff explosives very often, but I do want to have them in my inventory. Landfill I probably don't actually need, and I'm probably going to regret having got rid of it from my inventory now. Most of this is stuff I need. I need to make some more hypercoolers as well at some point, but now is not that time. Okay, I've got 5 of those. Was there anything else I needed? I don't think there was. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of core mining as well. I think that's. I'd like to think that's where most of my resources are coming from. I have to admit, I'm not actually certain. I do have some mines back on Norbis that are pulling up resources as well, but I'm not certain whether I have to admit, I haven't checked all that carefully what proportion's coming from my core mining, and I probably should. Right, you are going to make this one. So it's got 5 inputs and the fluids. That's quite greedy. Okay, so we have a belt coming in here. This one's going to have Naquium cubes. Naquium cubes go are no, they must short. Oh yeah, there they are. Naquium cubes coming off to the right. No, left, the other right. Pick all that nonsense up. There we go. And coming along here. And then we're going to have the data cards coming across here. No. Here. Merge that onto a belt like that, and then like that. And I want that to come in. Oh yeah, what numbers do these use things up in? So it's cryonite is the main thing. Everything, it's all pretty small numbers of stuff. So I don't think it really matters which one's on the inside and which one's on the outside. So we'll do that, and that, and that. There we go. Pull those through like that. So then we'll have another belt coming in here, which has the next 2 ingredients, which are, so we've got that and that. So, oh, actually no, we won't. This one will just be that. This one will just be the words. Words are hard. It'll just be this, because that can go straight in there like that. And that's the next 2 things. And then finally, we have one more input belt here and an output belt, which is the cryonite. Cryonite is there. That, and then we've got another data card. Excellent. So that's 3 of them being made now, so not doing too badly. We've got the first 2 over here, and now the 4th one is going to require the more advanced computer, so that's going to be a difficult one. Also, I've got no power, which is a bit ridiculous given the range on those pylon things. Let's put another one in there. These are so easy; they're brilliant. Oh, and I need the coolants. Mustn't forget those. So that'll be underground pipes like. Actually, the best way to do this is usually like this, I think. Okay, that's about the right place. And then this. Because this means then when I inevitably need another one of these machines because I'm not making it fast enough, it's just a case of going along, copy, pasting the whole thing, maybe putting in some more pipes in the middle, maybe not, and it's nice and easy. I also need inserters. There we go. And shorter inserter, long exerter. And pipes, long pipe. Underground pipe, 1, 2, 3. Let's put one of the 5 pieces in there just for simplicity, and then a 3 there like that. There we go. That's the cool in, and then we need the hot out. Like, will it fit? No, it won't. Of course not. I'm running out of 9s. Let's make some more 9s. Doop. Go under, and then it's down. What? Like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, it's warm again. Oh, I mean, at least I learned. I need to learn to look at these things more closely. But at least I've already got that in the vicinity. Yeah, why not stick it over there? I'm glad the game spots these sort of things for you. Right, okay, that's that third science type. So the fourth thing I need is then I'm going to need the I'm going to need to make these deep supercomputers, both for the reality hypergraph analysis data, I think it was, and for making the actual catalogs themselves. Okay, so that's Naquium processors, which I've got, neural supercomputers, which I've got on the way over on the other side of the base. I'm making those in small quantities because they require hand feeding with the Riddler data, 100 of them at a time. And neural gel, which actually do have, advanced neural gel, sorry, which I do have here. So I'm thinking actually I might just make these here because I've got all the bits and pieces I need, rather than trying to take the Naquium processors off to the mall. And yeah, so I'll bring the supercomputers over here, and yeah, this seems like the easiest way to do it to me. So one of them, you are to make supercomputers. Which one? Where is it? These supercomputers. So you're going to need, well, you have your supply of advanced neural gel, which you would have, except all of except this pipe is a weird pipe. Ooh, let's move that down one. In fact, let's move it down to there, because then it'll hook up to there and it'll just work, whereas before it wouldn't have. Let's do that. There we go. So it's filled up with neural gel. Good. Now we need these things. We need them here. So I'm going to need a little bit of a wiggle in the spaghetti there for that, but never mind. I can cope with. I mean, you've seen some of the spaghetti I've got in this place. That's nothing compared to the worst of it. Have that and an inserter like that, exerter, inserter, and I'll put in a chest here for the Riddler data, and let's make that a provider chest for the supercomputers. Now we don't want to have many of those. I'm going to wire that one in because this isn't on the logistics network. So there's no point in that being a logistics chest. I'll switch that, and then we'll wire that one in. So we'll do this the old-fashioned way, where you, rather than just seeing what's on the logistics network, you wire the inserter directly into the chest like that, and you say, I want you to be enabled if deep supercomputer is less than 3, I think, because these are expensive things, so I'm not going to be making them en masse. So we'll do that. Right, so now I need to go and get some more of these computers, which means I need to pick up some Riddler. Oh, the main expensive thing. It's on the output inserter, not the input. This is the input inserter, and I've wired it up to the output one. Somewhat arbitrarily, to be honest. It's really this one that's going to be pulling in excessive amounts of expensive stuff, and it only does 84 of them. So actually, in a way, I'm going to control how many of these I make by how many supercomputers I drop in here. So in a way, it sort of doesn't matter. But yeah, it's a fair point. Maybe I should have wired up these ones to that as well. Somewhat arbitrary, really. And as I say, given that I'm probably going to be limiting it by which, by how many supercomputers I put in. It's kind of irrelevant. Here we go. Here's the Riddler data. Ah, don't fall off the world. Pick up all of this. No wonder there's a bit of pressure on my data card production. So let's see, it's 100 of these for each computer. So that's 1 computer, 2 computer, 3 computer. Run out. It's nearly 4 computers. Can have. Oh. Okay, there's probably already some over there. So let's just assume there is, and see how far we get with what I can grab out of there, and then we can just leave that churning through to build up some more of the data cards for me to go back and grab next time I need them. This is an annoyingly manual process. What I should probably have, if it wasn't for the fact that you don't actually need that many supercomputers, I'd probably have set up a train system to bring them over. But they're, I don't really want to, basically. Where are my here are my supercomputers? So in there, I can put all of these. Plump. And out of here. Oh, there weren't any. But you know what? Let's take all those back and just put them straight in here. Get that started a bit more quickly. Okay, so I definitely need an absolute minimum of 2 of these. One of them to produce that particular science pack, and then one to produce the catalogs. And then beyond that, maybe I'll start actually speed moduling my computers a little bit to get them to do things a bit quicker. That's 2 of them. So that was the bare minimum, as I said. No, wait. Oh yeah, that's the bare minimum. What are you short of now? Oh, blue circuits. It's just loading them all up over here, because making a supercomputer takes 1,000 blue circuits. Jeez. Let's speed this up a little bit. It's only speeding it up a little bit because I'm still just pulling off a blue belt, or well, a space belt, which is 45 per second. Oh, I suppose I could put some in for recycling. At the moment, they feel expensive enough that I don't feel quite ready to do that upgrade yet. But yeah, it's a fair point that maybe I do want to. I think I've already upgraded to tier 3 on the recycling. I think I certainly have over in the science matorium. Oh no, I'm only on tier 2 here. Huh. Okay, yeah, there's some upgrading should be going on over here. And yes, you're quite. Oh, yeah, I've got tier 3s here, so I'm pretty happy with that. Maybe I should be going up to maybe I should be going up to tier 4 or at least tier 3 for the science what's the word I'm looking for the significant data production. Although actually it wouldn't help. There's no better recipe at that point. It would just make it run a bit faster. And to some extent, I reckon you're better off using more cheaper devices where you can, where it allows you to. Now, the recycling is a fair point because it allows you to actually use a different and better recipe. So there is a good reason to do that. But with the producing the significant data, it's almost not worth it. Right, so good, got those being made. Next one is making the supercomputers. That'd be a good idea. It's not 100% more effective. Well, it might have 50%. If you said it had 50% less waste, I'd believe that. But yeah, it's slightly funny. So it wastes half as many, but it produces, but by being 5% more effective, essentially, which is a funny way of looking at it. Yes. So it depends how you look at it. It's a bit like saying if a car is twice as fuel efficient, does that mean you get double the miles per gallon or half the litres per 100 miles? And because those are very, very different. Reality hypergraph, there we go. So, Naquium processors, cryonite, and blank data cards. Naquium processors are there. Are these the last two things that require these things? I'm not sure. Because I kind of want to just merge them here onto the same belt, but I feel like that's a bit wrong. So let's not. So that goes out like I can merge. Oh, I can merge them like this. Though that's actually just as good. In fact, actually no, it's significantly better because it isn't doing it wrong. It is too high up though, so let's remove that. Put it in here, this height. Also, what's happened there? There we go. That's better. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay, so that's. So you want that and that, and you also want cryonite rods. Okay. Those are right here. So you know, I'm gonna pick up some of that and send it underground like that. In fact, it's going to come down here, so I don't need that there. What I do need in here is I need a splitter, and then I can just bring this down like that. That's unhelpful. If I'd planned ahead perfectly, then I'd have had this. This would be the super chilled, so it could just go straight into there. But never mind. I'll just have to run another pipe round. That isn't really a problem. That is, of course, too long. Because of course it is. There we go. Super chilled, and then the warm comes out here and goes on to this one. There we go. No, didn't go. There, right, there we go. Comes to there, and then I need to stick in it's probably going to be about a 9, yeah, nothing longer than a 9 would fit, and that's, yeah, that links up nicely. Okay, I try to use the long pipes as much as I can. Oh yeah, yes, that's gonna make things have to run a bit because there's going to be a massive shortage of Naquium for filling up this belt. But what can you do? I'm going to have to go back and fill that in at some point anyway. And it's just down to the Naquium supply, I think. I'll go and have a look at the arcospheres in a minute, but I'm just putting my head in the sand a little bit for a moment, just in case there is something horribly wrong with the arcospheres. I think it should be fine, but I'm paranoid. Okay, so we have an output there, we have an input there, and we have a long input there as well. Right, that's going to do. I'll put some of these in. There we go. Now, yeah, that should now run happily because we've got lots and lots of these. Oh, I didn't look at the numbers this time. What do we require lots of? So the Naquium processors is the one that there's the fewest of. So actually, what I should be doing is this. Oh heck, that's wrong. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Now we've got all the high demand stuff being pulled in on the near side, and let's stick in a stack inserter for that as well. And now I can bring this across here like that, and then the things it only requires one of each time can be brought in on the far side and can go through the slow inserter. Okay, that's expensive. Oh, it makes 50 high. Oh, okay, it makes 50 research packs for that though, so that's actually okay. It takes bloomin' ages to do it. 1,000 seconds to craft it. That's a long time. Right. Okay, so that's going to produce an enormous quantity of stuff when it does finally finish though. All right, let's go and have a look at the arcosphere. See. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the processors here are not having an arcosphere problem. No, they're having a Naquium tesseract problem. So it is all down to the Naquium supply. if we look over here, there's 11 of the thing of the one I've got the most of, and 8 of the one I've got the fewest of. That's definitely within acceptable boss names. That reminds me I should take a look at the donut, which is now bound to have finished. Yes, it has. Pick up all of that, and I've grabbed a rock as well, but never mind. Okay, now I want you to fly. Fly, my pretties, fly to Broken Mirror. Broken Mirror. 7 years bad luck there. Shame I forgot about that for the last hour, but never mind. Okay, so that's how many? Oh, that's a good question. 85, 90, let's count the other way. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 71, 76, 156. That was easier to count than I expected. It's convenient. Conveniently, I've been picking up 5 arcospheres from most of the places I've been to. Right, so you are producing the data cards here. So bring these down here like this. And like this. And in here, you down here. Wait, not that far. This bus layout system I use is quite expensive in underground belts. I mean, that's not a problem. Underground belts aren't exactly expensive, but it does get through a lot of them. So I mean, I put 50 in my inventory as a sort of a default, and then this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 10. That's not too bad, I suppose. Right, let's put in another one of these here. Right, that, and you are going to make those because I've sort of got in a way, in a sort of kind of dishonest way. I've got all of the things I need for it, so I'm almost there. Yes, I suppose it's a way of using up iron ore. The question is, I'm using them at full length, so I think when you use them at full length like that, they're not that much more expensive than just using normal belts is. I think it's certainly the most efficient way to use them. It's definitely not going to be as cheap as using normal belts. I haven't looked at the actual anythings of them, but yeah, it's better than just using them to dip under a little thing. That's a good question. I mean, I was going to say about 25 to 30, and I've currently got 29 viewers, so that seems like a pretty good estimate of how many people are come along to watch. So yeah, it's going pretty well. Thank you to all 29 of you, and anyone who's on YouTube as well. I can't see very easily how many people are watching on YouTube. Well, I suppose I can actually. I can have a look over here. Oh, and another 10 people on YouTube as well. Awesome. I hope you're all subscribed to my YouTube channel and all following me on Twitch, and you know, it'd be nice if you're subscribed on Twitch as well. But I'm aware that's a financial loss name, so that's slightly different. But yes, thank you to everyone who's following me, and yes, I hope you're enjoying everything I'm putting out. Put that there, and I mean, I assume you are, otherwise you wouldn't still be here and watching. Or maybe it's some sort of sadism thing, masochism thing. I wouldn't like to say. I shouldn't say things like that. It feels like I'm discouraging people from watching, and I really don't mean to. Right. Wow. That is now, theoretically, Deep Space Science 4 catalogues being produced. I say theoretically because, well, there aren't any of them. How's that getting on with its 1,000 seconds? Nearly there, actually. Not bad. Because of this one, and because of... What are you actually short of? Naquium cubes. Do I have any of those? I do. Have some of those. Oh, and also time-space anomaly data. Well, I have some of that as well, technically. Have some of that. There we go. Right. Okay. I have now demonstrated... that I've got... Now demonstrated that I've got all of this running. Undergrounds might be 10 belts. Let's have a look, because I said all of that without actually considering it at all. Eight space transport belts and some steel. Um, so given you get seven, you get 5 underground spaces and then one on each end, so 7. So if you use one of these to its full length, then you're only wasting one piece of space belt and 8 steel and 40 lube. So yeah, you're quite right. They're never actually cheaper, but they're not too far. They're not too horrifically worse. And yeah. Why have I not got any... Oh, I used it all up. I remember. Let's pick some of that back up again, because I need it to make another station to take this stuff away. I'm probably going to need all of this again fairly soon to increase the throughput of this stuff, because whatever rate this is running at, it's probably not going to be sufficient. But I like to get, as you know, I like to get a proof of concept up and working, and then I'll go through and go, okay, this is not running fast enough. I shall go in and try and extend that a bit. Ooh, 34 in chat. Okay, cool. I don't entirely understand how how I can have more people in Twitch chat than I can have viewing on Twitch, but cool. Thank you to anyone who's in chat but not watching. But there's no point in me saying that, because you won't be able to hear me. So yeah. But if you can tell me how and what, if anyone can tell me how and why, I mean, well, I've seen suggestions that it might be bots, and I sort of want to hope it isn't, but it may well be. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure where I was going with that train of thought. Right, I need tiles. I don't want to copy train stop names. I don't want this or that underneath it. Never mind, I can't get that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want this one. Don't want this. Don't want that piece in the middle if I can get those without unselecting the other bit I do want. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's have one of them. Can even go... I can't... Oh, no, it's that one that's supposed to line up, but that doesn't line up either. Great. I mean, not that it actually matters. I can put a little wiggle in the belts, but yeah, it feels a little bit silly that it doesn't line up. I suppose I can just do that actually. There we go. Railway up here like that. Has that met? It has. Oh wow, it's just fit. It just fitted. Okay, yeah, Oh, Restream bot. Yes, I will have a Restream bot because I am using Restream. I don't believe, unless Nightbot is always in, even when you haven't requested it, I shouldn't have a Nightbot because I haven't started using it yet. Oh, what's getting destroyed? Kalida's asteroid belt. Which one? Asteroid belt 1. I bet I've had a... Yes, a asteroid impact. Okay, this doesn't get them very often, so apparently it's sufficiently rare that I've never bothered to build any guns out here, and that's the first time that's the first time I've ever lost anything out here. But I guess that means I should probably fly out there with some repair packs and some spare belts and, you know, just fix it all up. Otherwise, eventually this will run out of acid. But that said, I think, judging by the way this is full, and I suspect I've probably got more than enough uranium, so yeah. Oh, yep, these are coming through. Nice. I need power over here, though. I'm not sure. Why am I even using these things? Just do it the easy way. Oh, because it doesn't quite reach. Can I put that there? Yes, that reaches. Nice. Okay, so... Oh, these will just pick up anything, will they? Okay, cool. Right. A little bit of tidying. Yeah, I don't know what. Well, I don't know half the stuff is. I mean, I will admit quite happily that I'm not an expert on Twitch. I'm just sort of using it because it seemed like a good idea to sort of try and extend my popularity, should we say? Oh right, okay. So a muted view might count as someone in chat, but not as a viewer. Okay, that's interesting. That makes a lot of sense actually. And that would explain why for the Minecraft stream there were quite so many extra viewers compared to the number of... No, but actually, no, none of them were names you recognised. So, yeah, I don't know. It is a mystery, and not one I have a solution to. So I'm not going to worry about it too much because that way lies madness. But okay, we now have 20 Deep Space Science Catalogue for what do we call it? Deep Space Science Catalogue 4s. Good. So it's working more than just in theory. It's working in practice. There are just some serious resource problems with it, by which I mean Naquium. So I need to get that up and running, up and running better. As I say, I'm going to do that between streams because that was getting. I felt like it was getting incredibly boring, so I didn't really want to do too much more of it. Oh, there's a train there taking away some Naquium Tesseracts, though. I think yes. So there's clearly at least some production of Naquium-related stuff going on. It's just not filtering through to all these things down here that need it. Oh dear. So that means the next thing to do is to look at Donut again because I keep forgetting about it. Broken mirror. Yeah, this will do nicely. Oh, it's a donut for Donut. Put down one of. Where is it? Is it not even in my paste buffer anymore? It's been so long since I've flown out to one of these places that I've lost it. But I used it not all that long ago. Nope, definitely gone. Okay. Well, fortunately it's not too complicated to design. Actually, did I put it in my... No, it's a 4-6 splitter. Oh, here it is. I actually did make a blueprint of it and put it into my, whatever you call that, my navsat inventory. Right, so you rotate, you request... where is it? Them, 5 of them, and also request 5 of. Are they in science? Yes, 5 of them. No, that's an interstellar void probe. Where are the arcosphere? There they are, arcosphere collectors. 5 of them. And delete those. Rotate that back round. Now we just leave that to run, and it will give me another 5 arcospheres probably. How many did I get from the last place? Oh, I got 8. That's not too bad actually. I mean, I expect to get at least 5 from each one, and then any of the better are bonuses. That's a fair point. I do have, yeah, I've got a fair amount of wasted stuff on belts. Where do my Naquium processors go? Not into there. That's something else. Okay. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, they'll come down. That's cubes. We don't seem to have any processors on the belts actually. I seem to have pulled them all out. I think I picked them all up when I was shuffling the belts around, so I've got and so they all end up in my inventory, and I then did a Shift C to just dump them into any machine that wanted them, and that was all that machine, and they all went into that machine down there. Oh, oh, that one. Oh, this belt up here. That's a good point. Yeah, all right. Let's grab those. Okay, that's a lot of them. And they go into this one? No, this one. Yes, this one. I can't put them all in there. Let's dump these onto here. Yeah, it's probably a good shout. They're more useful there than they are up there waiting to be made into computers. Right. I can hear WhatsApp noises. I wonder who's trying to badger me. It's probably not important. Okay, so that'll get me. Yeah, that'll get me a load more of these. That's quite good. Right, let's go up and get the everything configured for when those are finished. So I've got hopefully got all of the inputs ready for them to just drop into the science facility at the top and immediately just start making the data pack, the science packs. I'll probably find there's something else I need when I'm up here, but at least if I come up here, we can look over. Okay, that's the extra inputs I needed before. Oh, I'm going to need Naquium processors for this, I think. Right. Okay. So here we've got this. This machine is already this combinator is already requesting the tier 4 ones, but we don't have anywhere to unload them because I didn't have a system because I hadn't researched them at the time. I wasn't able to program the inserters with them. It's funny that you can program combinators, but you can't program inserters or splitters with things that you don't have. Now, it's also very notable that there's a shortage of Deep Space Science Pack 3s. Well, actually, the catalogues come out to here, so it's not too bad. And they'll come up here. Okay. They'll come round to the top here. And this machine will make Deep Space Science Packs 4. So we've got the Deep Space Science Pack 3s. The catalogues are going to come in from somewhere. We need the Naquium processors, and we need to bring up a pipe with the neural gel in it. That part is easy. Just do that. Wait, what? What? They're not different fluids. This contains advanced neural gel. This is asking for advanced neural gel. What? And when I click on here, it's not like there's any other nonsense in the system. There must be I must have got a connection somewhere down here where this is going wrong. So let's break it there and see if that's now okay. Still not okay. What? Now, I've seen this problem before, and usually that's... Yeah, that's what I thought. So when I click on here, there's the fluid system contents just shows 21,000 neural gel, advanced neural gel, sorry, which is what I expect to be in there. There's no second row with other stuff on there that's causing the upset. So I don't understand why those won't link together. Did it? Oh! That one's thermofluid. Oh, right there. Yes, okay. Good. Thank you for thank you for pointing that one out. Okay, that's unhelpful. I can't even rotate it to fix it. So, yeah, that's going to have to go. I'm going to... that's in the wrong place, basically. Okay, so, 1, 2, 3. I can move this. Grab that. Move this to here. Here? Yeah, that's... and a splatter in there. Please have enough range. Doesn't have enough range. Does have enough range for that. Okay. There we go. Right. Yeah, but I don't want to have these problems just in case it causes issues later on, and it probably will, knowing my luck. Has that got rid of all of the stuff I didn't want? Yes, it has. Okay, good. So that's everything now except for the processors. So what comes up here? Oh, why is there 2 more feeds? So one for the Naquium processor. Oh, one's for the science pack. So the catalogs will come up around here and onto this belt and in here, and then we need to get Naquium processors onto this belt, which means they come in from this station over here, which conveniently is already here and basically set up. Yeah, it sounds like you are. Sounds like you have, I don't know why I'm talking to him. Say you're the yes. I think you're the only one who's lost sound because he won't be able to hear me. Oh dear. But thank you, rest of chat for responding to him and letting him know it's it's a him problem. Subscriber only sound does sound extremely mean, but also quite amusing. Oh yeah. Oh, am I? Did I get confused halfway through? I mean, that sounds like the sort of thing I'd do. Right. I'll get on that in a second. So over here, we also need to have those things. Minus 10. There we go. Over there. Right. So that's that one. And oh yes, you're quite right. I forgot the neural gel because I got so distracted by things being... I'm not even going to say being dumb, but just by being a different design to the one below, which... oh no, that's flipped round. Yeah, and this one I had moved it across, so yeah, okay, the design is consistent. Thank you for the reminder. We should now have everything we need except those two. Cool. Right, that is excellent. I mean, I feel like I've made big progress there in that. But now let's nip back. I'm going to need to put in a system, a train system to pick up the Naquium processors and take them over there. That's going to feel kind of expensive. Because it's Naquium processors basically. The problem is, and I know someone's going to say Arca chests, but the problem is you get so much stuff on the belts that it's just when it's something expensive like these things, it feels slightly painful. So I'm going to need another station. Where can I put that in? Probably down here somewhere. How far down do the processors actually go? Which belt is them? It's this one here. Okay, so this does go all the way down to here. So I could run it from here across this way and put in another station here. Yeah, that'll do. So I want that. I don't need that piece. I don't need that piece. I do want that. I want tiles. I don't want train stop names. I want to put a station in over here somewhere. Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. There's a bit of a chicken and an egg problem there, isn't there? Even though there's only that much track, I still felt bad about standing on it and jumped off it immediately to make sure I didn't get run over by a train. Okay, go under there, I reckon. And actually, yeah, that looks like I can go under there. So straight over here like this. Was it this belt? Yes, this belt is bringing down the processors. So if I put in a splitter here, that's a very neat fit. And that was my last underground belt as well. Oh, this is a problem. Train. I should put in the extra rails before I started putting in the belts, because these are probably going to cause problems with each other. Actually, no, they're not. If I put that there, then that fits really neatly. Awesome. And same down here. Cool. Alright, and then we've got, yeah, a properly limited station there so we don't pick up too many things. There's a lot of these trains bimbling through picking up Naquium tesseracts. So that's obviously where whatever supply of Naquium I have available at the moment is going to. No, I can't start cheating now, not 520 hours into the game. What would you all think of me? Now, obviously, I could use normal bots for that and to try and transport the stuff around, and that probably would be the sensible way to do it and the cheapest way to do it and so on. But yeah, I'm not gonna because I'm trying to minimize the use of bots where reasonable. I mean, this sort of thing I feel is a perfectly sensible use for bots. Logistics bots for filling up my inventory, absolutely fine with that. Personal construction bots, fine. But I don't want to be using logistics bots much to transport stuff around my base. And not just because they keep crashing, but also because it's just sort of not the feel I'm going for. I think I've said this before, so anyone who's been watching for a while, I do apologise. But I feel that the feel of Factorio I like is it doesn't involve bots in great quantities. I like having lots of belts and lots of trains around all over the place, but not too many bots really. They're great. I mean, construction bots are absolutely great. I really like that. But logistics bots for keeping machines around the base supplied feels a bit wrong for the way I like to play. Bot attrition rate, that's a good question. Find that out. Not from there. Yeah, from there. Norvis orbit. What am I looking at? Oh, this one. 6 6.6, 6.86. Yeah, so it's fairly high, but not as high as some places. I don't really know. I don't really know what to make of that number, apart from it's a relatively big number comparatively. So, but I don't worry. I don't mind too much because, as I say, I'm not really planning to use bots in Norvis Orbit very much. The main thing I'm using them for is the Archesphere sorting up here. How many bots do I have left in here? I've got 20 in here at the moment. I honestly can't remember how many I put in when I started, but 20 is a round number, so that makes me think maybe it was 20, but I'm honestly not sure. I'm afraid. Alright, so we're in a good position here. Everything is now working nicely. Everything is set up. We just need a massive influx of Naquium. Ooh, I've just had a horrible thought. That spaceship I set over here to be made has been partly made. Good, that's a good start. But I didn't do important things like, finishing it, and it's now in the way. So my Naquium supply will have dried up completely because there's no spaceship bringing it in because they can't land. Okay, so that's pretty much almost as high as it can get. That's pretty bad, except that it doesn't really matter because I'm not really using bots here very much. So yeah, never mind. Basically, do I not have Roboport coverage up here? Yeah, I do. Why isn't this being built? Obviously I've run out of spaceship floor, but why have I run out of spaceship floor? Where am I building spaceship floor? All these important questions and more will be answered at some point. I've gone past all the spaceship construction stuff. Shields, heaters. Where am I making... Oh, here we go. Spaceship floor construction. Is run out of heat shield tiles. Wow. That's not a thing I expected to run out of. And those are being brought up in the spaceship that comes to here. Why has that not been up recently enough? I mean, if I've run out of something like heat shield tiles, I'd expect this to be... Okay, it's filling up. It is currently... Well, it's got a lot of heat shield tiles in it. Okay. Oh, it's very nearly full, so, I feel like I might as well just let it finish off. Okay. So it's trying to fill up on all of the space scaffolding I've been using. So it seems like the amount of space, the amount of heat shield tiles I'm bringing up is insufficient because it ran out partway through. So let's increase that by a chunk. What's it on at the moment? 8,000. Okay, let's say actually I want to have 10,000 up here. Now if I have a look back at Norvis, we'll see there should be any moment now there'll be a stream of heat shield tiles coming through here because I've told the systems I need more of them. Hint, hint. Here they are. Oh yeah, see there's a steady stream of them pouring through. I just couldn't see because it's dark and it's grey on grey. So those are pouring through into the spaceship, down here, and eventually this will fill up. Won't be long now actually with the rate these heat shield tiles are coming in. And once the warehouse fills up, we'll then see the belt back up like this. This part of the belt gets filled as well. That triggers the spaceship to leave. I said that triggers the spaceship to leave. I mean, it's clearly been working because the spaceship has. I haven't fiddled with it for ages. Okay, let's have a look at this. Why is this not launching? So, we say, yeah, okay, so that's outputting. It shouldn't be input count. That should be 1. But okay, 1 1. That's in orbit. In orbit. So, and here we've got. If you've got at least 9. Oh, it's waiting for both sides of that to fill up. Okay, that's why that's on that. And then we can say that's... Okay, so now both sides of the belt... Okay, so it doesn't take off until both sides of the belt back up. That's a poor design. I should probably do that differently. Oh well. that does mean at least the spaceship has come up now. Well, the spaceship is now on its way. It has arrived. It will now unload. The heat shield tiles are coming out fairly quickly, so that's good. They seem to be somehow on the top of the pile, which is nice. Also got some lasers coming out. Sure, fine. I guess I've been using quite a lot of those because I've been building quite a lot of spaceships. So that can now flood down here. It's a fairly slow system, I have to admit, but it works well. I mean, I'm generally pretty happy with this spaceship-based system. I think I wish I'd designed it a bit more intelligently from the very start, and then I wouldn't have had quite so distributed storage, should we say. This is all a bit of a mess, but it does work. And now, so you can see the heat shield tiles are being tapped off to come down here, going out down here, and then eventually they'll make their way all the way around here, and we can start making some more blooming spaceship floor. And I can actually get this spaceship finished off and launch and get spaceships flying again, so I can have some Naquium. That would be nice. So presumably, if I look at the map here, we'll see that. I don't know. There's so many ships stacked up here, I can barely tell. Oh yeah, that's the yeah, that's the Naquium ship under there, the one with the shorter name. I think I can see the 2x2 on the end of it. Oh well, right, that's now working. So we can get some spaceship flooring made, and then we can start to buffer that up again for when it's needed in the future. All the way over here. Yes, here we go. It's being made. Got 3. Machine bots coming in, grabbing that. How much of it are we short by? Quite a bit. So it's going to be a little while until we get the spaceship finished. I don't have any in my inventory, do I? No. Okay. Oh, I could nick a bit. I could nick some of this from around here. This isn't needed. At some point, I've decided I am going to redesign the ship because it's kind of hideous as it is at the moment. I'm actually not happy with this design. It's horrible and ugly. Most of my ship designs I like to feel look reasonably good. This one is not one of those. Right, where's that spaceship? There it is. Build the actual spaceship this time. Massive bot frenzy. Going and getting huge quantities of... What are they getting from over here? Oh, pipes and things. Okay, fair enough. I believe I should have absolutely everything I need in the... Hopefully I should have everything I need. I mean, the idea is that I should be able to just build a spaceship, bang, like this. Don't you dare disappear. Oh no. This is in map mode. That's the output. Input goes to what? There we go. Okay, it's not going anywhere now. Phew. Well, it can't. Maybe it could go somewhere before this is heated up. I don't know. That's a kind of a horrible thought. Lane balance. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea. I could lane balance it before it goes in. Yeah, that would probably be quite a good way to get around that problem. Yeah, maybe next time. I was going to say next time I'm down on Norvis, I'll do that, but actually I don't need to be down on Norvis. I can do it remotely. I haven't got room to lane balance. Put that there, then there we go. That'll do. I haven't lane balanced for here, but it's good enough. Usually, it's the memory card substrates that are the thing that are being loaded in the largest quantities, and so just having this flow through tends to be okay. But yeah, okay, that's sorted that more or less. How's the spaceship? Something that's not being. Oh, they don't all need to have that, so let's get rid of that bit. We just need to cook this up to like 6. I think I need to get it to at least 7,000 before I consider dispatching it, in order to have the. Oh, Kalida's orb. What? Oh, Kalida's orbit. Right. Yes. Okay. I thought I set up asteroid defenses in Kalida's orbit. I mean, obviously that's. Ooh. Oh, the radar's gone down because these are pulling in all of the power. I think. No, there's plenty of power. Maybe I just haven't. Maybe I just haven't bothered to radar it. That's more likely. Okay. Yeah, so we've had a bit of damage over here. Yeah, I thought. Yes, I do. We've run out of ammunition because this is a manual system. Because yeah, lazy. Okay, don't care for now. I suppose I could go out there to Kalidas orbit. Ooh, let's donut check time. Since I've just thought of it. Are you finished? Yes, you are. Pull up all of that. And go to, what's the next one? Next one is Sea of Sorrows. Yeah, so I should probably take out some more meteor defense ammunition to Kalidas orbit, so that doesn't happen so it doesn't happen more often. How fast is my Nexus ship? That's a good question. I think it's about 120 speeds, but I haven't actually sent it out for a while because I've got a decent amount of the got any radar. I've got a decent amount of that data, and I have hardly used any of it yet. But actually, that's used a fair chunk of it. Okay, let's do. Yeah, that's a good thought. Let's do some experiments with the Nexus ship, because this has now probably got. Yeah, these are all. It's fully fueled now. Okay, these aren't quite full yet, but the ship is fueled. So It's got all of this stuff in. This is. Okay, I want to do that. This is loaded, ready to go. Let's tell it to fly to Realm of Shadows. And I'm going to keep an eye on it and sort of do these manually. So we've got full fuel at this point and 8,400. I kind of want to top that up, but I don't have a spare beam at the moment. Yes, I do. I've got this one. Novice Orbit. And in Energize mode and go there. So this isn't going to fill it up particularly quickly. Because it's only got one injector, but I'll give that a little while to heat, a little bit of time to heat up, because I'm not sure what the limiting factor of this is going to be. Whether it's going to be the amount of energy I've got in here because it's powering all of this stuff, or this because it's powering this, sorry, or whether I'm going to run out of antimatter for fuel first. But either way, I can send it off and get a bit of an idea of how it does when it heads off towards Realm of Shadows or Caltrops or something like that. Caltrops probably, because I think that's the nearest one. Right, so let's see how's the other ship cooking. 1700, that's pathetic. It takes so long for these things to get up to operating temperature, it's a bit horrific. Now I could stick in a solar panel in here, and that might give me just about enough energy for the ship to depart, so the other one could land and unload, and then I could have this one land again. But that's probably a good idea. Because I think it would be a good idea to shift this out of the way so I can get Naquium processing flowing again. Because it's kind of come to a halt while this ship is sitting here in dry docks. Don't need that either. Put that there. Okay, I want you to just launch. Blip, blob. There we go. Okay, so this is the one that's full of crushed naquitite. So we'll unload this and refill it potentially with sulfur as well. We'll see how that goes. It's already got some in it, interestingly. I think, unless that just happened very, very quickly while I wasn't paying attention. So yeah, we can unload that, get things rolling there, and then we'll get the other ship cooking as well, because I don't want to waste too much time with that third ship. I just want to get them all rolling. But I think it's time for another donut check. There we go. Those are swapped over. That's working well. Oh, it's still on the way. It's flying further than I realised. Oh, it's just got there. That was good timing. Touchdown here. Confirm. And put down this here. There we go. Rotate. You want to be asking for some. Are they in here? No, they're in here. Probe rockets. 5. And no, Archesphere things. There we go, 5 of them. Blip. There we go. Remove those requests. Put that back. And now that can just get on with it. So back here on Norvis, this is going to take forever to load and unload. We've seen before it needs to load 18,000 sulfur in, and that's lots. Put it that way. This one, let's have that input prioritized to the left, because then we'll pull it out of this station, which has got the buffers of chests on it, so it should have a bit more available. And we'll just use this one as a top up. for when the inserters aren't quite quick enough. We're still loading in iron though, so while we're loading iron, it's not going to put the sulfur through at the maximum rate. Might put my iron through at maximum rate though. If we run out of iron, jeez, we have. Oh well. Yeah, we still need another 2,600 of it. It's still. I know I said this last time I looked at this, but it still astonishes me a bit how much sulfur is required for this. You think heat's going to run out first? I think you might be right because I have an enormous quantity of antimatter tanks on there now. It would be, yeah, it'd be nicer if it was the antimatter because I can actually watch that one. Or actually, it depends which one reloads faster from the amount it's used. But I don't have a beam to reload it, so I think I'm just going to have to use that one manually for the time being. We'll see how it gets on. Yeah, at the moment this is still waiting for another 16,000, 15,000 sulfur to go in. This might be hot by now. No, of course it's not. So, however, actually, if this one's hot, I can start playing silly buggers with the. Oh no, this one isn't up to heat either. I was going to say I can start messing around with the beams a little bit, and once this one gets up to temperature, I'll point the big beam at the other ship. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's just using. Yeah, I guess. Well, at the moment, the beam that's charging it at the moment is this one wasn't really intended for charging ships up. This one's intended for charging ships up, which is why it's got 8 injectors on it. And normally I can switch it around enough. But yeah, I suppose I need to come out here with an enormous quantity of solar panels and just double this, which would be an astonishing quantity of scaffolding as well. And then I can build another one of these just for charging up other ships as well, like that one, because yes, that is going to need it. In fact, that's a good point. I should probably consider doing that. Okay, so let's take this and make a blueprint from it. Yeah, I want entities, I want tiles as well. 44,000, bloody hell. That stacks up to 100, doesn't it? So that's more than a chest's worth. I don't want those. So let's put that in. There, I guess. That's a big old blueprint. Oh no, that was wrong. I thought it seemed a bit far over, but I can't really see what I'm doing because the blueprint's too big for the view. Okay, there we go. Now they're lined up now. Is there room for another one of these in that gap? Yes, there is. Okay, cool. Right, so I'll go out there. But the main reason I made a blueprint for that was so that I could go to the not that ship. This ship up here. I need a blue warehouse. I can go there. And I want a logistics request. I want to open that. No, not that. I want you and that and that and that. There we go. So now this is going to request all the bits and pieces I need for that. The robots will take about a month to bring it all over, I know, but no, J, that's the button I want to press. But never mind. It'll at least make sure I go out there with enough bits and pieces for once, which will make a nice change. How are we getting on? Oh, it was a Naquium train. That's nice. What were the other things? Oh, yes. So it was this. Is this hot? This is hot. So now I can go to Kalidas orbit. I want to grab this one and point it at over here. Let's go a bit further. All the way over here. Point it at that one. Get that heated up nice and quickly. Yeah, nearly there. Not in the network. You might be right. Which would be frustrating, but quite likely. Oh no, you're right, it's not. It's very, very borderline, but it must be the centre of it that counts rather than any part of it at all. That's annoying. Now it is. That'll keep the bots very busy for a little while. Yeah, here they come. Right. Okay, so that ship is loading, busy loading sulfur. Okay, fine. This ship is busy loading heat and is now at 9,000 degrees, so it's going quite well, but not quite there yet. The other ship, that's the thought, where's the other Naquifier? That one is there, unloading or reloading. This one's en route. On its way back, in fact. I think this is on its way. Yeah, that makes sense because it should be on its way back now because there's been issues with this one just sitting there. Okay, that's fine. How's it doing for sulfur? 7,000. Halfway there. Right. Okay. This is a little bit filling up spaceships is a little bit grindy. It turns out. 9,200. Yeah, given that everyone's been saying they think it's going to run out of going to run out of heat first, I think I want to wait for that to be fully up to temperature before I send it out and find out what happens. We've got some Naquium coming through. That makes a nice change. And we're making Naquium cubes, and they're all just disappearing. They're all going down all the various different belts and going to all kinds of different places, and probably not making all of whatever sciences I want them to make, and processes and. I'm not going to look at what's going on with the Naquium. It's too depressing. Oh, this ship is also going to need the bits and pieces for setting up the heat, the beam system. So I've got an energy beam emitter, but that's not that's the one bit I don't actually need. So let's have some energy beam injectors. Let's have. Can I have 30 of those? Do you think it'll manage that? 15 of them. Okay. Oh, 23 of them. That's not too bad. Let's have a couple of those. I don't think I need very many. I've got one beam emitter already, but I'm planning to just make them bigger rather than anything else. Okay. So that'll be good for me to go out and do the repair. Oh, I've got some extra little bits and pieces for doing the repairs out in my inventory, so that's fine. 9,750, nearly there. We'll just all sit here and stare at this for a moment, shall we? What fun. 850. I mean, it's probably pretty much close enough, but I just feel like I might as well top it off completely while it's there. 2,600, 25. And this is flowing through with a full belt load. Maybe I was going to say maybe I need to turn this into a deep space belt, so it's significantly faster. But if I do that, then all the inserters at either end won't be able to load the belt quickly enough, so it's kind of pointless. 15, 14, 13, 12. It'll go sooner or later. Hooray, 10,000. Right, okay. You go to. So I reckon I'm going to Caltrops, didn't I? Because that's the nearest one. No, let's not. Let's go to Dark Flare. Just it doesn't matter, does it? Let's go to somewhere a reasonable distance away. So I will go to I'll go to Sands of Time and just keep an eye on the ship. Because there isn't room to put more belts in, basically. I haven't left enough space around the loading, and there's only one belt available to load onto the ship, I think. Although I think there's a little bit more to it than that, so I'll talk about that in a second. Right, so go to let's go to Realm of Shadows because I've already got stuff there, and then if something silly happens, I might be able to fix things. Realm of Shadows, go 41 hours. Let's just set to go to maximum speed and go. Yeah, the early part of space exploration is very much like vanilla, in my opinion. At least until you get a spaceship launch, a rocket launch, and then after that, it does start to get a lot more exciting after that. And you've got all the deep space. Sorry, you've got all the space sciences to do, and I feel like it's a nice sort of steadily increasing difficulties. Okay, so that spaceship launched. We've now had the second one land here in order to in order to unload and obviously reload as well. It's going to pick up another 18,000 sulfur, which is absolutely ridiculous, but never mind. So once this is, I think I might just wait. Say once this is unloaded, I might just launch it again because I think the sulfur probably isn't quite as. No, I probably should let it fill up, or it'll just cause problems. Okay, so I shall try and be patient. How's this doing? 44. Logistics storage 25,000. It's got 3,500 of 44,000, and there's another 25,000. You know, this is going to take literally, well, not literally, but effectively forever. Let's take. Even doing it in my inventory is going to take forever. Yeah, I guess I don't really think about just how much 44,000. I can carry less than 6,000 across at a time. This is ridiculous. Let's try and empty my inventory a little bit. I don't actually need to be carrying particle accelerators around with me. I don't need to be carrying spaceship wall around with me, really. I certainly don't need this many wagons. What the hell? Or this many locomotives. Having a few of each is probably useful, but that many, it's crazy. I don't need this many Norvian pipes. I don't need active provider chests. I don't use them very much. I don't need some sulfur or some iron. I don't need interstellar void probes. What have I got interstellar void probes for? Oh, I do know what I've got. Why I've ended up with those. Those should be in. Is it this that makes them? Yes, it is. Can't put them all in there, but I can put them all in here, I think. No, here. Yes, here. Right. Now pick up all of that. Okay, now I get 8,500. That's a bit more healthy. Oh, and that ship's just finished unloading. Plip. How are we doing? 21,000. I'll do another load and then grab the other one. And then have a look at the other spaceship, sorry, is what I'm trying to say. I think this is probably going to use up all of the... Oh. That's not what I was going to say, but it's going to... Yes, it has used up all of the available space in here. Let's take out some of the nonsense that's in here, like wood. If I can't do this because there just simply isn't enough room in a warehouse to. Oh, I need to get rid of the wood and the stone. Oh, everything's too busy. Right, let's ignore this for now and go and have a look at the jellyfish. Because that's a bit ridiculous. Right. Jelly. Oh, have I not set the jellyfish to be... No, I haven't set the jellyfish to be a more important thing. Right, so where are you? First question. Oh, still in the... oh, no, it is navigating in stellar space. Great. So, we've used almost 400 degrees C. So that's nearly 10% of the available what's the name? We've used 2% of the available antimatter. So yes, everyone who said heat was spot on. Well done. How fast are we going? That's the other question everyone's been asking. We're doing 160 or just over, so that's not bad. That's just pretty. Seems pretty quick. This is running. We've made 54 so far, which isn't amazing, but I guess it'll have to do. So yeah, I need something that will tell me when this has dropped down to about 8,000 in order to turn the ship round and have it go back. So I guess what I'll do is I'll sort of monitor it somewhat manually for now, and I'll keep it. And then when it gets to when it gets down to about the temperature that I want it to get to, I'll have a look and see how far it's got away from Norvis, and we'll use that as the signal for when to turn it No, how close it's got to. Where's it going? Oh, it's going to Realm of Shadows. Okay, so how far it's got left to go, and then we'll turn it round. That seems reasonable. The lasers are coping well. I'm not surprised given how many of them there are, but there's not much getting through them. Yeah, there's occasionally little dings from massive rocks like that one on the shields, but it's doing pretty well, I would say. Why it can't fly out here where there's no asteroids, I don't know. But yeah, so 160 speed. I'd say that's not bad. It's going to take another 10 minutes to get to Realm of Shadows at its current speed. Now I do wonder if it's going to be able to get there and have enough have enough heat to get there, turn around and come back again, because that might be slightly easier than trying to faff around with watching the distance remaining to destination, which is currently 28,000. I wonder what it was at the start. I have no idea, but okay, still 9,400. So I think I feel safe having a quick look at this ship to see what's going on here. We are still loading and unloading. So over here we've got, okay, these are basically full. Right, okay, so with the because these ships are smaller, what I think has probably happened is that these ships aren't able to keep up with this when two of these ships arrive. That's 12 warehouses full of crushed naquitite arriving, and whilst these can whittle through that in the time it takes two of these to fly there and back again, it's not enough for it to we don't have the storage space of both of them to unload. So this is going to be sitting here for a little while, trying to unload all of the naquitite as it trickles through into here. But that's fine. We're also unloading quite a bit of Naquium. We've got 1,400 actually. That's not bad. I suspect there's a steady stream of trains coming along to take it away again, and it's going to use it up as almost as fast as it's being produced. But that's going pretty well. I mean, the fact this has got up to 1,400, 1,500. I'm quite impressed. Quite impressed with that. Okay, that's as much as we're going to get for now, though. So I think both of these ships have been and unloaded, and that's why there's quite a lot there. And now there's going to be quite a long wait before we get any more. But we'll see. I could be wrong. How full are these? 3.5, 3.7. Okay, so it's a bit more. It's going to take a little while for these to fill up, because again I've got a single belt filling each of the warehouses, so it does take a while, even with stuff as voluminous as crushed naquitite. It's a slow process, but in the absence of loaders, and I don't have loaders in this mod pack, and it feels like cheating to get to add them in because they're so powerful, especially for loading and unloading spaceships. So at this point, I'm just going to leave that running as is. Now I am wondering whether it'd be worth having a multiple stage train process where we have trains full of crushed naquitite that turn up here. They unload. There's a holding pattern here. They go onto another ship that takes them off, and then they unload and they go off there, and they bring back the Naquium, and then they go back to be reloaded. But you only get 400 crushed naquitite in a train in a train wagon, so it takes so much space. I just don't think it's worth it. But this is going. We have we have quite a lot of Naquium here, although it's gone below 1,000, so we've got through really quickly. That isn't going to... Okay, that's clearly not going to last. But we've got quite a big backlog of the crushed stuff here. So what's going on Tulip? Now, presumably, I'm going to assume that on Tulip it's still trying to unload, and that's why it's still there. Yeah, we're unloading relatively slowly, so that's expected. It takes a while to process through all of that, which is why I need to speed this thing up quite a lot. Right, back to the jellyfish, because I don't want that to go flat or cold. Basically, Naquium, lots and lots and lots and lots of Naquium. Oh, thanks, Willem. Yes, I've actually had quite a lot of people saying they've really liked the LTN tutorial. I think it might be possibly my most popular video yet. So I'm really happy how well that's done, and it's good to hear how much people like it. Okay, 9,000. So this is about halfway for the distance I think this can go. Because if it gets to 9,000 on the way out, sorry, if I get it down to 8,000 on the way out, then it'll be at 6,000 when it gets back, and that leaves another 1,000 as a safety margin. So I've got a little bit further to go. How far is it now? 17,000. So I've done 10,000 since I last looked. 10,000 distances. This might actually get to Realm of Shadows. Okay, we shall see. I think it might almost get there, but not quite, which is slightly frustrating. But never mind. Okay, so we'll leave that alone for a little bit longer. Let's have a look at the star map. What we've got. So we've got the jellyfish there on its way out. That's a significantly faster ship than the Naquium by the looks of it. But then it does have antimatter engines, and it has more of them, I think. So it's not surprising. Why do I have? Oh, Trellis has too much oil. Okay. I should probably take a look at that. Naquium is on its way out. They've got the other one unloading there still, trying to unload there still. But until we get faster Naquium processing, then. Yeah, well, you'll get here eventually. One thing you can do, which I think some other people have been doing, Willem, is to basically watch through the series, all the summary videos at about the same rate that you're going through it, just to sort of so you complete something and then go back and watch me doing it and that sort of thing. And just to see if you forgot things, see if I did anything differently, or just for your own interest mostly. Is it producing Deep Space Science 4? That's a good question. Let's have a look. No. Short answer, no. Long answer, no. Well, actually, yes, because we've got 3 of the sciences down here, and the one we haven't got is this one, which is currently being produced. So technically, yes, it is running. It's just very, very slow because we have these temporal data card things over here that we just don't have enough of for this because we're short of Naquium. And then there's also a shortage of this one, the whirly data, which is coming from here, all the way over here, which is short of Naquium, probably. Yes, short of Naquium. Yeah, so basically it's theoretically working. It's just there's a shortage of Naquium. Now, ooh, how many have I made? Let's have a look at that. I've so far made 52. Ooh, there's a shortage of power as well. That's something I can fix. I wonder what's using all that power. Oh, I've got some material fabricators. That'll be what's using all the power then. A whole gigawatt of it. Jeez. Okay, let's nip over there and put out some solar. I can do that. Even more strain on my solar panel supply. And then I shall have another look at the jellyfish, because this one I really need to keep an eye on, and I should have another look at the jet donut as well. I was going to say all these spaceship names are making me hungry, but I don't think I've ever actually eaten jellyfish. I have eaten donuts on occasion, though. Jellyfish. 8,700 bags of heat. Donut. Donut is done nut. So, pick that up. Yoink. And where's the next place? So where are we at the moment? We are currently Sea of Sorrows. And so we want to go to Slumberland. Aww. To be honest, I might need to go to Slumberland fairly soon. Slumberland. Go. But I do want to at least get the I want to get the jellyfish turned. Definitely get it turned around before I come back. A jellyfish donut sounds extremely dangerous to me, to be honest. I don't think I want one of those. 4 minutes to get there. Give me a shout in 4 minutes, please. Well, a bit less than 4 minutes, but 4 minutes will be okay. Right, so here I need to make more of this. In fact, you know what I need to do? I need to copy. In fact, what does this cover? It covers all of that. Right. So I want to copy. It's about that much? Is it that much? I think it was that much. Don't want that. Don't want that. Don't want that. Do want that. This is overkill, but I just have this feeling that I'm going to actually. It is such overkill. Let's just do this. Also, let's do this because this is going to take the bots forever. Should I say it's not much quicker for me. Paste, paste, coverage does that have? Quite a bit further, actually. Alright, let's put some more of this down. Oh, missed one. Oh, I've run out. Oh well, that should probably be enough power. Yes, that looks like enough power. Over the last 10 minutes, it's got to, okay, so it peaked at 1.4 gig before, but that's because that's how much power was available. You can tell by the flat top on the graph. But I've now gone up by another. I've added another third on there, so I think that's probably going to be all right because it was only just struggling. Yes, I think you're quite right that there aren't many other. I've said once or twice that I thought I was the only person who'd got to this sort of late stage Factorio space exploration, and I've been informed that I'm wrong, and then there's at least somebody else who has, but I I'm not sure. I feel like I've got much further on than most people, certainly. So I'd like to say got one of the best space exploration streams playthroughs available. And yes, I think there are a lot of people who just aren't really ready to do a 500 and whatever 530 hour playthrough on as a stream, and so I'm unusual in my tenacity, perhaps. um, Please don't pee on my tongue. Even if I eat a jellyfish donut. Oh dear. The diagrams I've made, I use they all come. I've used the actual icons from inside from the space exploration pack, because you can find there's a if you extract the zip files that are of the mods, then you can you can get at all the graphics in there and use that. Has this reached? It's reached Realm of Shadows, and it's got down to 8,400. Okay, that's actually about right, I think. I mean, it's a big margin of safety, but if this ship gets stranded in deep space, it's in a lot of trouble until I get out there with an antimatter reactor. So I think that's probably quite good. So let's now head back to Norvis orbit. Yeah, and it's used less than half the heat, so it's used about it's less than 20%. Oh no, sorry, 20%, less than 40%. It's about a third of the available energy. So that's probably about right, because I say I want to leave a generous safety margin on here. That's my hope anyway. Yes, the diagrams. I then draw. I initially I pulled all the graphics out of the mod itself, and then I've just made the diagrams in Inkscape. So it's just sort of sketching them together. It's a bit of a manual process. It's not the easiest thing. It's not the quickest thing. It's pretty easy, but it's not the quickest thing in the world to do. But I think it was worth it for the way the diagrams look, and everyone seems to appreciate them. So it's definitely worth it for that point of view. I need to go and have a look at Trelos in a minute because it's complaining. And I thought I thought I'd made it so it wouldn't complain, or wouldn't need to complain. There we go. What? Snapping? How am I? I don't know even know what I did then. I think was it Control E? No. Control. No. Controller? No. I don't know. I don't know what I pressed. Whatever it was, things went weird. That's now working. Good. Yes, the round ship I felt looked quite nice. It was well. I was that's part of why it's called a jellyfish, because it sort of ends up looking like one. Where we lost stuff now? Norvis? No, Trelos. Oh, okay, that's surprising. Yeah, I feel the round ship is quite nice. Trelos is having lots of. I said Trelos seems to be having lots of problems at the moment, so let's take a look at it. Where was the damage? Oh, what? That's unexpected. I guess that must have been an asteroid that got through and had biters in it, because there's no way biters could have scampered into there all by themselves, because, well, there's a ring of lasers all the way around the whole planet, the whole base. That's weird. I've got defense guns down here, but they obviously there wasn't quite enough of them. They're charging quite slowly. Have I got a power shortage down here? No, I've got loads of power. This must just be the speed they charge at. Okay. Apparently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 is not it is insufficient. Now I didn't realise this was a what do you call it? Oh, it is a Vitamelange planet. Okay, that's why I'm getting biters coming in by meteor then. Okay, well, on the plus side, I've worked out what happened. Also on the plus side, at least they didn't land here and then come over and chew on things. So it could have been a lot worse. Why have I got too much fuel? Too much oil? The oil is... This is supposed to have a system where the spaceship comes out, lands here, train swap over as normal, and then it loads in as much oil as is... So it loads in all of the rocket fuel here, or it turns all of the oil into rocket fuel, and then the ship departs. Oh, hey, Mark, welcome. Well done for making it. um, have you finished with your work-related thing now, and you've just managed to escape and do something a bit more interesting? Yeah, maybe sharing the images would be useful. Yeah, it's they tend to not be missing all of the side the byproducts and things that are in there. That's not a bad idea actually. These smaller meteorite defense guns. What do they use? They're why am I looking at FNEI? Um, yeah, these ones. What are they? So they're pretty cheap to make, and it's this stuff they only use steel and coal to build them, and well I've got a supply of core fragments, so I could pull the iron and the coal out to make the defensive stuff for them, and then I could put the copper in here as well because the copper. Nah, that just jam things up if I tried to stick copper in here as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think a better plan would be simply to put in more of these defensive guns and just accept that I have to nip out here occasionally and fix stuff. Um, Maybe I should have some more lasers in the middle of the base so I don't get a sort of two biters going on a rampage and just eating all of the pulverizers. Uh, where is the Trelos Chunks ship? There's one of them. It stopped. Why are you stopped? You've run out of. You've run out of what? How? But diddly. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay, I'm going to need to do a rescue mission at some point because one of my ships has got stuck. Ah, bloomin' heck. True, I could send the small ammo out as well. Be a lot of belts to travel around base, but it could be done. I think just putting in more of the big guns is probably easier, to be honest, given I've already got infrastructure for that. This is annoying. This is very annoying. Where's the other Trelos Chunks ship? That one's stopped because I don't even know why this one stopped. Oh, is it waiting to land? Maybe. What? Have I not set this up properly? I have a feeling I created this ship and then didn't actually. I'm very confused. Is it not being given its landing instructions? Oh, now what? Kalidas orbit. Okay. All right. I'll head out to Kalidas orbit and take some more ammunition with me because I don't want to lose too many more of these things. Yeah, so there's Trelos chunk ships. That's probably why I've got the oil overflow issue, because there hasn't been a ship there for ages. Because one of them ran out of fuel, and the other one apparently just isn't working. So I need to have a look at those. I also need to start writing these things down again because I've forgotten how my been forgetting to update my to-do list. How are we getting on up here? Badly, because this is still full. This is still full. Let's get rid of some of the unnecessary nonsense that's in here and get rid of it again, just like this. Inventory's full. So how short of this are we? So we've got 23,000 out of the 44,000. So I can do about half of it. That's probably going to be enough to build up another big beam system, I suspect. pick up some more myself, but mostly I need to get a load of this stuff. Now this is easier to obtain from down on Norvis. I don't. Yeah. Oh, that's how I get it. That's 200 of it at least. Okay, 200 will have to do for now, but I should probably come out and do it again at some point in the not too distant future. But let's get out to Kalidas orbit because I don't want my stuff to get broken quite as much as it is at the moment. All right. Then I can think about the Trelos ships. I should probably have grabbed the stuff I needed to do a rescue mission as well while I was at it, but oh well, I'll come back and get that because that needs quite a lot of stuff. You need to build an extension on the side of the ship to put on a particle accelerator, I think it is, in order to empty out cans of ion stream, into the tank in order to get the ship going again. Oh no, you don't. No, you just turn up with one of these. You limp the. I remember how to do this. You limp the ship to the nearest surface if you can. What's your nearest? Anything. Greenleaf. Okay, so if we go to Greenleaf orbit, that's gear often. Greenleaf orbit. How long is it going to take? An hour. And that's not too bad, to be honest. It's probably easier to do that. Limp it to Greenleaf orbit, then I can fly out there, park next to it, squirt some of the ion stream over. It'll then be back on track and start working again. Okay, so that's that one. This ship is working, so where's the... Oh, where's the combinator that tells it where to land and where to anchor to? They're supposed... Oh, there it is. Right, okay. Does the other one not have that? Trails chunks number 2 does. 9 to 3. You are what? Oh, you are a 3. Okay. And the one on at Norvis. The one on the ground at Norvis. Is that a 9? I think it probably. Well, I mean, I copied and pasted the ship. It should just land automatically. Not you. Oh, there's a ship here already that's just sitting here like some sort of lemon. Oh, the bloody train's getting cut in half thing has happened again. I wish that wouldn't happen. I don't know why this happens. Rage. But on the plus side, I've worked out why that's happening. I've worked out why there seemed to be a shortage of copper and other materials and things. Oh, for goodness sake. Right. How are we doing? 23 seconds away. How's the jellyfish doing? Let's look at the jellyfish, because that's a happy thing. Something that's actually working properly. How many have we made? We've made 820. Wow, that's a lot of data. Excellent. And how much is in there? I don't know. And we've still got 7,500 heats left. So we've used about half of the heat up, and we're still 15,000 away from Norvis. So that seems to be quite good, to be honest. I liked how you've got the shadow with no rocks in it behind the ship. That's amusing. So yes, 160 for this ship. I can't remember how fast you have to go for the victory ship. Spaceship Victory. 250. So I need to make a ship that will go almost twice as fast for 10 minutes. It doesn't seem too bad, to be honest. Oh, I do need to run the Nexus for and use 6 gigawatts though. Okay, that's gonna be hard. We'll have to see how we get that working. I don't really want to use multiple energy beam receivers. That seems a bit silly. So it'll probably be an enormous quantity of antimatter reactors. That's going to be a big old ship, but then I suppose that's the point. Anchor up here, I think, because I'm going to be doing that a lot. In fact, let's turn the robots off, because there's no point in doing this with the robots. I might as well just use this. I apologise if I'm upsetting anybody's OCD doing it like that. I'm not really sorry, but I sort of vaguely apologise anyway. Oop, there we go. In fact, you know what, let's just fill in the gaps here. This is going quite a long way, actually. Yes, I know I brought tens of thousands of it out, but I'm still quite impressed just how much space scaffolding I appear to be able to put down. There's a lot of this stuff. I mean, yes, I know that's the point, but wow. Even so. Why am I not using the jetpack? Oh, because it closes your access to the spaceship. Or maybe I just got far enough away that even with long reach I couldn't reach it anymore. Oh, that's a lot. Cool. Now those. Yeah, this sort of... No, wait, hang on. I got... That's a lot. So that goes there. Thump. Bots go absolutely nuts for about 3 days. Okay, let's go and have a look at another spaceship because this is silly. Okay, you're flying along quite happily still. You've still got loads of heat. I don't know what I'm not actually worried about this running out of heat anymore, so I'm just looking at it mostly out of curiosity. Still 8,000 away. Okay. How's the Norvis orbit? How's the this going? Okay, so both those spaceships have left. That means I now should tell the spaceship that I can't see. The Undertaker? Apparently it's the Undertaker. Alright. I want you to dock back to Norvis orbit. Oh, I don't know where this goes. I think it's about there. It is! Excellent! Spot on. And that now needs to be heated up again. So now we go back to Kalidas orbit. Pump that up. Kalidas orbit. And I want this to go back to firing at the normal place it's supposed to, which is way over here. There. Cook that up. Good. Right. Let's start in the very corner. A very good place to start. If I just sort of walk this way, then the bots will put the panels down as we go, and hopefully we'll get some repairs done over there as well. I don't know whether damaged solar panels are less effective. They should. I feel like they should be, but I don't think the game's quite that detailed. But I do want to fill in the gaps. Ooh, fell off the world. Also need to put down the pylons for this, of course. I think having the bots do this is going to be the quickest and easiest way to do it, because if I try and do it by hand, I will get it wrong. I'll get them out of alignment, and then I'll have to go back and redo them all over again, and that seems silly. Ooh, I've lost some bots. Let's regain those bots. Num 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 num. Have I got all? Did I get all of the solar panels out of here? Yes, I did. Okay, so when this runs out, that is the lot. Oh, I missed a bit of spaceship scaffolding there. Oh well, can't be helped. haven't got any left. How I missed 2 pieces like that? It's just dragging it around crazily without concentrating on it very hard, I guess. Oh well, never mind. Right, this is going to be a lot more power now. It'll be interesting to see how much of a difference I've made with this. Is that the lot? That's the lot. Okay. So we've gone from 33, because I think I was using basically all of it. We've gone from 33 to 50. Jeez, that's a big jump. And that is going to be enough to pump a lot of... Oh no, it is down here. A lot more power into this one. I know I meant to bring more than that. Are they still in the spaceship, or have I just failed miserably? They're in the spaceship. Good. Boom. Right, so that's now a 6 gigawatt. No, yeah, 6 gigawatt transmitter instead. So that will cook a spaceship up a bit more quickly. I could make it into another 8. In fact, I could make this one a bit faster as well because I keep using it for other things. So let's make that a bit quicker. I'd need to find some space scaffolding platform for that first, though. Oh yeah, and I need to put some more of these in there. That. And I need to do a bit more repairing. Pick up a few of those. Oh, and let's pick up a bit of that space scaffolding as well. So I think that'll be useful. Because then I can go over and make that injector, that beam a bit more powerful. The one that's reheating the jellyfish. It's sounding even more and more like food each time I say it. I probably am insane. I've never really claimed all that much sanity. Let's try and put this one up here as well, just to finish off tidily. Yeah, space exploration in K2 is something I want to try, actually. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to do it. My current plan is to do it with the same group of people I'm currently playing Minecraft with on Mondays. Pants. So but that basically means we need to finish Minecraft first, and seems to be quite a big job because Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles is an awfully big mod pack. So if and when we ever finish that, then the plan is to do a K2 space exploration run. And because there'll be probably, I don't know how many of us there'll be, maybe 4 of us. Hopefully it'll be a slightly less of a ridiculous undertaking. Oh, goodness sake. Get all the right things out of the spaceship, Laurence. Although that said, depending on how things go, you never know. I might change my mind about that and leave them to play. Oh, did I not bring any? I didn't bring any more of the those things. That was a fail. I've got the energy beam emitter and the receiver, but I haven't got the bit that goes in the middle. Never mind. Pick those back up again because there's no point in having them sitting there using power. I mean, I know I've got unlimited power, but you know. Oh, what I should do actually while I'm here. Which one goes to Tulip? Myokin. Tulip. This one. Okay. Let's put down a little bit more power for this one. It's already almost as much as it can, but because I'm trying to expand on Tulip, so I'm going to need a bit more power down there. That'll have to do though. Well, right. Okay. Okay, next stop is Norvis, where I'm going to go and fix some trains that are being decapitated because of course they have. And then we'll see how we go from there. Norvis, go. 2.5 minutes away. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, so over here, the jellyfish is back. It's not docked. Oh, I didn't put down a docking. Oh, I did put down a docking clamp, I think, but I didn't put. Did I give it a docking? Yes, I gave it a docking clamp, but I didn't put in the signals for auto docking. So let's see if I can anchor it. Let's see if I can work out where to anchor it by hand. This is going to be tricky, but I mean it's probably about there, but it might be about there. I think I'll get that set up with a auto docking and then have it land itself. That's going to be much easier. Actually, no, it's not because I'm going to have to. Oh no, I can fly to it. Yeah, I can fly to it and do it. Yeah, I can get that set up. In fact, let's do that on the way in. Jellyfish. Go to the engage. Go to the jellyfish. 2 minutes away still. Okay, nearly there. Oh, and thank you, Charles, for the subscription. Sorry, I didn't see that because it pops up in an unexpected place where I don't I'm watching the chat. I wasn't watching the activity feed properly. And thank you to Calcim for the same for the resub as well. Awesome. Thanks to both of you. I hope you're still here and listening, because otherwise I've just thanked you, even though thanked you when you well after you've left, and that'd be very embarrassing. I need one of those things where it makes. I need to set it up so it makes a loud noise whenever I get a new sub, so that I know to thank you properly. I know that's possible. I know people who've done it. I just need to actually do it myself, so that I notice and pick some sort of suitable noise and decide whether I want it to just play for me or whether I want it to play on the stream as well. And I know a lot of people do will do funky animations and a sort of thing, a banner that pops up and says thank you across the stream and stuff like that. So maybe I should do that as well. And it's sort of the sort of things expected of you when you're a streamer, I suppose. 30 seconds, nearly there. So when I get to the jellyfish, I can hop out. I can slap down a combinator and tell it to land, but I do need to check where it's going to land. So Norvis orbit is going to land at a number 20, and it's on that side. Okay. 11, 10, 9. Oh, good. You are still here. Good. glad to hear it. Yes. Thank you for the resub. And how far have you got with your space exploration run? Are you anywhere near where I've got to, or is it still sort of earlier days, or you practically finished it and you're off trying to do the archaeological stuff by now? That one goes there. Then I think I actually want to get back on the other ship. How do I get back on the other ship? I think, do I go on here and then do I say fly to? I think I then say fly to Bagel. Like that. Oh, just started. Well, congratulations. You've got a lot of fun ahead of you, and also well, if it takes you as long as it's taken me, you've got about at least another 500 hours of playtime to go. But maybe you'll be able to do. Oh right, you didn't. You've already if you've already done K2SE, then it'll probably be a lot quicker because you'll already have a very good idea of a lot of all of the how everything works. So no. Type in the box. There we go. So maybe it'll be reasonably quick. I guess I guess you'll find out. Right. So and now now we look at the jellyfish again, and we tell that to. So we say signal on the target. Target was 20, and internally, what's it got here? No, not you. 6, which is pretty arbitrary. But yeah. Internal clamp 6, and then link that to there, and it always knows where to land, in theory. Oh, we then need to tell it to go to Norvis orbit because it's in the wrong place at the moment. Norvis orbit. There we go. That was easy. Okay, so now it can refuel. We got through 2,000 from each one of these. That's ridiculous. Although it is pumping it back in again already. So we got through 4% of the fuel and basically and most of the heat. That's ridiculous, but never mind. Okay, anchor on Norvis. Where are we going? We're going here. Confirm anchor. Up here. Give me a locomotive. Goodness sake. Stop being ridiculous. Oh, I need to open the door, or I can't put a locomotive in there. Door open. Locomotive goes there. Do I have any fuel? Yeah, I've got one. I've got some of these. You can have one of them. And so can you. Then I need to copy the instructions from there to there and there, and tell you to go to core unload. Tell you to go to core unload. Right, that should have unjammed it now. So this should now leave. Well, sorry, this should gain its trains. 1. There's a second one. 2. So this should now be able to leave, like that. And another one arrives. This is the one from Gear Often. I can tell because it's carrying copper as well. We then have this unloading here as fast as possible. I mean, normally the ships wouldn't come in quite this sort of. Oh, I've got a lot of stuff to unload. Fair enough. I don't really want any of this up in space. That's probably a good thing. Normally, by the time the next ship was ready, the trains would already have unloaded, so it wouldn't be quite so quite slow as this. But this is, I mean, this, to be fair, this is okay. This is going to be this works nicely. So we've got massive quantities of the core fragments being unloaded here. Surprisingly small amounts of stone. I wonder where did this ship come from? No, this is a Gear Often ship. I don't know where these trains came from. There's no way to tell now, apart from looking to see which ship is on its way out. I suppose I could do that. Weirdly, none of them. I have no idea what that ship was that just left. But anyway, that can come back on there. This one can head back after Gear Often. Plip, plop. And then we've got another one here. This is the one from Trelos. Okay, so this is the one that was causing the problems earlier. That's got me with this little teardrop down here. We're emptying these as quickly as we can. It's nice that we can now chug through this backlog quite quickly, dump all of this back into the system, get everything unloaded and get the ships moving again. And then when they get to the other end, they'll be able to load up pretty quickly because the core mining systems with drills will have all been running while they're away. So hopefully there'll be a nice healthy supply of core fragments for them to pick up. Hey Wayne, welcome to the stream. I have to admit it is nearly tomorrow, so I'm going to be stopping very, very soon because I probably should have stopped about 3/4 of an hour ago. But, you know, I've been having fun, so I've kind of just wanted to keep going. Oh, there's another one. Where's this one? This one's from Kothar. This is amazing. There's just all these ships backed up and now just trying to unload. We're going to have. Oh, no, I was going to say we're going to run out of space in these warehouses, but we're really not. This is less than 20% full, and it's being unloaded pretty quickly up into the pulverizers up here. So, but still, this is the way the system is supposed to work. Ideally, there would be this sort of steady stream of ships all unloading as quickly as they possibly can, dumping all the core chunks out, and just keeping the factory alive. This is pretty much how it should be going. It's just that I haven't got enough core miner outposts for it to run quite at this level, because this is just a little bit unrealistic. And to be honest, I probably don't need quite this much. Think there'll be another one? Oh yes, yet another one. Where's this one from? You are from Myokin. Wow, it's basically just everywhere has had its core mining. I wonder how long that's been backed up for, because this is a crazy number of ships to be coming in. How are we doing on this side? 80 and 130. Wow, more than 20% full. That's a lot. I do quite like. I don't know how obvious it's been, but I quite like the little touch that it's not the same trains going back onto each ship. So, which means the ship can leave while its trains are being unloaded. Oh, that's a good point. They are going to be all queuing for fuel. Ah, crap. Oh, this is how they end up leaving without any plasma stream, I suspect, and we end up with the ships getting stuck. Because none of them are watching their plasma stream, because I didn't think of I forgot to set it up like that. That's a very good point. Oh dear. I hope we're not going to get a load more stuck ships out there. That'd be frustrating. I know Ion Stream does seem to still be plentiful, so we're currently okay for that. Yes, having a second fueling point for these ships would be very useful, but the limiting factor is this pipe along here, because I've got the buffer up here that fills up and then dumps into the ship reasonably quickly. The limiting factor is how quickly we can refill this buffer. Although this ship, where are you going? Are you going to a big planet? Tulip. No, not an especially big planet. You don't need to wait until you're 100% full. What are you doing? 590. Jeez. No wonder it's causing backlogs. You don't need that much fuel. And we do need to fill up a bit quicker. What are you filling up to? 520. That's acceptable. Where are you going? Kothar. Okay, another fairly big planet. So yeah, it's the old problem with trying to get the fuel to dribble down into this last tank down here. I mean, in hindsight, I should have put these all next to each other, had one fewer solar panel in here, that sort of thing, but I haven't. So yeah, we'll just push the fuel through as quickly as we can and get the ships going as quickly as possible. I'd notice I don't have a tank here on the input, so that's possibly why there was occasionally an ion stream problem. Because if there's a bit of a shortage of it, or if this ship has filled up, I don't know. If there's been a lot pulled through, I need to have an ion stream tank in here as well. And there's just about room for one. Let's go in and do that while it's sort of, oops, all looks reasonably happy, and hopefully that'll stop without me having to go around and reprogram all of the ships. Hopefully that'll mean we get enough. Are you full? Yes, you are. Pull that out. Put in a tank there. Where's my notepad? Like that. So one of those there. Pipe going like. Can't put it there. Tank about there. Pipe going down to it. In fact, let's put in a pump here as well, and a pump here, and then a little bit more that, and pipes in like this and this. There we go. So that will now mean we should always have 25,000 stored here that can just be dumped straight into this ship, and goodness knows what's going on up here, but this should always be kept full. Why are we still pumping? Is this not? Why is this? I don't know where this is going to. There's nowhere else up here for it to go, so there we go. That's ship swapped over. This is a different type of ship. This is the Naquium. This is the volcano ship, the one that takes the brings vulcanite back from Naquium. This is also a terrible design, because that's going to take a long time to fill up. I think though there's not without redesigning the ship. There's not a lot I can do about that. How are things going on Norvis? Have the ships finally stopped coming in and emptying out? They have, and the trains are all empty. Okay, so the system has now caught up down here. But as Tristan so nicely pointed out, we're going to be having there's a lot of queued ships up here, all waiting to try and fill up. So that's a little bit unfortunate. But they're all waiting to go into orbit. So that's yeah, a shame. But never mind, it'll catch up eventually. I notice we've got a there and Knack again flying around a bit. Ooh, how is? Yeah, the other thing I should be looking at while I'm here and messing around with this sort of thing. How are you doing for heat? 9,400. Okay, that's good enough. You've got a massive quantity of sulfur as well. Okay, it's time for you to go, Sunny Jim. Right. Okay, so we link that to there, and the ship leaves immediately. Excellent. Right, so we now have a third ship doing the it's called the Undertaker. That's a silly name. The other one was called Naquium Mark II, and the Naquium Mark II times 2. Naquium 2 the third. I can have goes forth the next, I suppose. Okay, so that brings up the immediate question: where are the three of them? So one of them's there, on its way out. One is there on its way back, and one is here being filled up. Okay, that seems reasonable. We'll see what happens as they all sort of settle down into their routine. I do still need to come out here and do this, because I want like twice as much of that. So that's an important thing. I also need to check on the donut, because I always do, and because it's been sitting around for ages, it's finished. It's a slightly stale donut. There we go. You can't, unfortunately. No, you can't. You can't get you can't get a circuit condition out of a out of an energy beam receiver, which is kind of frustrating, because if I could, then I get all my ships to just check that they were properly hot before they left. It'd be really useful, but sadly, it's not a thing. Right, where are you? You are Slumberland. Oh yeah, I was saying I should go there, wasn't I? Interstellar Barrens is it's a bit of a trek, but it might be. How much fuel how much fuel has it got left? It's a bit of a trek. Oh, loads. Okay. Interstellar Barren. No, Interstellar Barrens. There we go. 5 minutes away. That's much more reasonable. Okay, so we'll send that over there. This ship is now basically fueled. Well, it looks all the tanks look full, but that doesn't mean anything because we need to wait for five. Don't wait for 590. You never get there. It takes forever to get there. Let's make these ships move a little bit more quickly. There we go. Plib, plob. What are you waiting for while we're... Yeah, that's already a 550, so happy with that one. Okay. I've sort of almost run out of momentum at this point, because I feel like I've got lots and lots of things achieved. This has landed, it's unloaded, it's cooking up again, it's nearly hot, nearly full temperature actually, so we could send this out for another round trip. But I think I might program it up to go automatically. At least fly out, go, turn around and come back automatically. So I'll trigger it to go manually, but then it can do the sort of the return trip automatically. Down here, I can't tell what's going on down there. The bots are flying around, I know that much. So there's a little bit going on in the Archesphere area. We've got a bit of Naquium, but it's the Naquium cube production that seems to be the bottleneck here. It just, whenever some Naquium becomes available, it all just disappears into the Naquium cubes because you need, I don't know, 6 pieces of it all the way around to make the actual cube. Who knows? And then there's just never enough. And we've made a whole 122. That's not too bad, actually. Well, actually, it is too bad. It's not very many, but it's a good start. Okay, I think this is a good point to call it a night because it is now after midnight and therefore definitely my bedtime. So, thank you for watching. I feel like we've got lots done today. We've played with the jellyfish, had some experiments with that, seen how far it goes. I've done a bit of messing around with getting Naquium a bit more quickly. I spent a lot of time messing around with that, and to be honest, I just need to go in and tidy that up, and that's going to be a bit boring. So as I say, I'm not going to make you all sit through that. Got Deep Space Science 4 production going in theory, not in practice, just in theory at this point. But that is an important first step because once you've got past the theory, then getting the practice is just to make sure you've got all of the inputs running. So that's good. I'm happy with that. This seems to be working well. We've got plenty of fuel here for this spaceship. That's going nicely. I've put in a third one of the big ships that goes out to Realm of Shadows. At some point, I'll probably need to make a third one of these, but I need to make the because it was, as I said, it was all nice and balanced. But we need to make the stuff run on Tulip a bit faster before there's much point in that at all. Yeah, so I think that's been a pretty good stream. I feel like I've got loads done, but then you'd hope I would, given I've been playing for like 4.5 hours. So, thank you for watching. There'll be a summary video on Sunday that's sort of going to cover pretty much the sort of things I've been doing in this episode, just to give you a bit of an idea of, for those of you who if you missed some of the stream, or if you just want to have a bit of a refresher and a reminder, or for people who didn't watch it at all as well, I suppose, if they've missed out on that though. There's going to be a GTA video coming out tomorrow, as usual. And there'll be there's another Factorio tutorial on Friday, so I'm trying to spoiling you guys with those because there was one last week as well. And then of course come back on Monday for the Minecraft stream and Saturday for the Minecraft videos. There's we're starting to automate things a bit more now. Although to be honest, last week I mostly was just sort of marching through the quests, but next week I think I shall be trying to do some automation. So that could be quite interesting and a little bit Factorio-y with a sort of a bit of a third dimension. Yeah, so it's been a good it's nice and busy on my channel. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel and following me on Twitch, and ideally maybe subscribed on Twitch as well. That's always nice. They're always very much appreciated. And I think I've now sort of kind of run out of steam, so make sure, don't forget to come back for absolutely everything else that's going on the channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.